Welcome to the cultivation universe where everything abnormal is normal. And today's main character, Bai Xiaochun, is living proof. A young man who fears death more than the sky falling. A genius whose main talent is causing trouble. And also the only person who can make the entire sect want to beat him, protect him, and avoid him as much as possible. A will eternal, a cultivation story full of laughter. But beneath it is the emotional journey of a seemingly useless person who carries within him a will that can shake heaven and earth. If you want a story that's addictive from the first listen, humorous, touching, and extremely captivating, then this is the perfect choice. Now let's embark on a journey where just one thought is enough to shake eternity. He was no longer limping, but his speed suddenly exploded, directly charging forward several thousand feet. This charge instantly attracted even more lightning bolts, all striking his body. His body trembled violently, twisting and convulsing, as if letting out a final, mournful cry. With a loud crash, his body stopped, falling to the ground, his breath faint, motionless. This scene caused the demonic face to pause for a moment. Unfortunately, his divine sense couldn't be deployed here. After observing with his naked eye, a look of determination appeared in his eyes. His speed suddenly increased, and in an instant, he darted towards Bai Xiaochun. As he approached, lightning bolts from all sides roared towards him. After enduring several lightning bolts and dodging more than half, the demonic face was now less than 1,000 feet from Bai Xiaochun. It was almost upon him. But at this moment, on the ground, Bai Xiaochun let out a frustrated roar. "I'm not reconciled. I still have a breath left." This roar seemed to be the last cry of his life. Under the disbelieving gaze of the demonic face, Bai Xiaochun's body finally swayed, and he stood up again, like a soulless corpse, trying to move forward. "How come you're not dead yet?" The demonic face was instantly enraged. Previously, although he had displayed speed, he had restrained himself. In fact, in this thundercloud area, the faster the speed, the more lightning it would attract. But at this moment, he truly felt frustrated. In an instant, his body's speed suddenly exploded, intending to surpass 1,000 feet and kill Bai Xiaochun. But in the blink of an eye, just as his speed was about to explode, Bai Xiaochun suddenly let out a tragic laugh. The sound carried despair and a crazy recklessness. "Old devil, I know you value my heaven and earth Tao Extreme 9 Continents cauldron. But even if I die, I want you to pay a heavy price." Bai Xiaochun laughed maniacally. Finally, he fiercely struck his chest, spitting out a large amount of fresh blood. He seemed to be employing some secret technique, burning his last bit of life force to gain incredible speed. With a loud bang, he rushed towards the area where numerous lightning bolts were converging. His speed was extremely fast, directly transforming into a rainbow, traversing tens of thousands of feet before entering the area where the lightning bolts were concentrated. His entire body was directly attacked by numerous lightning bolts. Finally, he let out a cry and fell to the ground. Along with him, the turtle pattern cauldron in his hand also fell. The demonic face momentarily gaped in astonishment. His heart was in turmoil. He had begun to doubt. The previous occurrences had indeed been coincidences, but now a choice lay before him, to believe or not to believe. If he deliberately lured me over, he certainly wanted to deliver a fatal blow before dying, or to make me pay a terrible price. HMPH, whether it's true or false, it's easy to tell. Why should I go there now, T? He demonic face's eyes flashed. Finally, he didn't pursue, but quickly retreated. Not long after receiving another few lightning strikes that drained his life force, he finally left the thundercloud area, standing there, looking into the distant thundercloud. Tens of thousands of feet away, where these lightning strikes converged on Bai Xiaochun. If you truly died, given how strange this place is, it's understandable that your corpse wouldn't rot. But if you don't die, I don't believe you can remain motionless there. Enduring the force of the lightning strikes, the demonic face sneered, waiting outside. He waited for a whole month. During this month, he constantly monitored Bai Xiaochun's whereabouts. Only after discovering that Bai Xiaochun remained unmoved for a month did he finally feel at ease. "This magic cauldron is mine, G." Reed flashed in the demonic face's eyes. His body suddenly lunged forward, stepping into the thunderclouds for the second time. This time, he didn't stop. unleashing his speed. Amidst the roaring explosions, he let the lightning strikes from all sides hit him, charging straight towards Bai Xiaochun. In the place where the lightning converged, he felt intense apprehension. At this moment, as he approached, he increased his speed even further. He wanted to use his extreme speed to evade the lightning strikes, but suddenly, a voice rang out, causing the demonic face to feel a shock in its head, its eyeballs almost popping out. "I can't die. I still have a breath." Bai Xiaochun's voice, weak and trembling, echoed in all directions. His body, which had been lying there for a month, slowly struggled to stand up. In fact, he was extremely pleased with himself. For a month, although he had remained motionless, the occasional lightning strikes from all sides had significantly improved his cultivation and given him boundless vitality. If he hadn't already resolved to settle the score with that demonic face, he would have stood up long ago. As his words echoed, the demonic face roared in anger. At this moment, due to his turbulent emotions, his misty body became incredibly violent. "You're toying with me." The demon-faced man felt a constant explosion in his head. If he had a body, he would have probably spat out a mouthful of blood. He truly couldn't understand why Bai Xiaochun had been lying here for a month and still hadn't died. At this moment, his whole body was about to explode. Under this furious roar, he didn't even pay attention to the lightning bolts all around him, charging straight towards Bai Xiaochun. Seeing the demon-faced man's rage, Bai Xiaochun's body instantly retreated. "Old demon, you're the one playing tricks," Bai Xiaochun said arrogantly, his speed incredibly fast, even faster and more intense than a month ago. The lightning bolts all around struck him, having no effect whatsoever. On the contrary, it only amplified his speed. You. Seeing Bai Xiaochun here completely unharmed, especially since these lightning bolts didn't seem to pose any threat to him, the demon-faced man's heart trembled. Without time to consider the reason, he immediately decided not to pursue Bai Xiaochun further, but to quickly retreat. Damn it, how can this guy be so strange? The demon-faced man regretted his actions. His hatred grew stronger, but he knew he couldn't possibly fight Bai Xiaochun inside this thundercloud. Otherwise, the lightning bolts would strike endlessly. Even with his demigod power, he would be in danger. After all, he had fought Bai Xiaochun several times before and knew very well that although the other party was a celestial being, killing him would require his full strength. "Old demon, have you stopped? Come here. Let's have a battle for 3 days and 3 nights. In his excitement, Bai Xiaochun didn't approach. Instead, his heaven-penetrating Dharma eye suddenly opened in his forehead. A purple light shot out, directly enveloping the retreating demonic face. The demonic face, though momentarily still recovering, was precisely where the lightning bolts in the thunderclouds converged. Initially, numerous lightning bolts were pursuing him from all sides, but he had dodged them thanks to his speed. But now, as soon as he stopped, more than 10 lightning bolts suddenly rushed towards him, striking him directly. Even someone as powerful as him, under the onslaught of more than 10 lightning bolts, let out a mournful cry. His hatred had long since reached its peak. In his frenzied scream, he retreated further. But how could Bai Xiaochun let this opportunity slip away? Even though he was under the counterattack of the all-seeing eye, he still spat out fresh blood. But the immortal blood circulated, and his injuries instantly healed. He remained standing there and unleashed his attack again. In an instant, the demonic face stopped. This time, suddenly, over 100 lightning bolts appeared, closing in and striking simultaneously. The demonic face let out a blood-curdling scream that shook the heavens and earth. The howling echoed as if it could change the very fabric of heaven and earth. "I want to kill you. I will definitely kill you, skin you alive. I want to devour you, suck your bones dry." The demonic face trembled all over, its life force rapidly draining away. At this moment, the mist also thinned slightly. In his frenzied shouting, he paid no heed, his body transforming into countless streams of black mist, swiftly fleeing. With this divine ability, he finally neutralized Bai Xiaochun's heaven-penetrating Dharma eye. Even though some of the countless black mists were directly struck and destroyed by lightning for him, as long as he could escape this extremely unfavorable thundercloud area, it was all worth it. Running so fast, how? Bai Xiaochun was a little dissatisfied, but he had no choice. He could only watch helplessly as more than 10,000 black mist streaks quickly sped out of the thundercloud area. Then, at the edge of the thundercloud area, they once again condensed into a weeping and laughing demon face. However, Bai Xiaojun thought that this was the first time he had finally gained the upper hand. So he stood inside the thundercloud area, looking at the demon face in the distance. His whole body was filled with overwhelming fighting spirit. He imitated the posture of the tomb guardian from back then when facing the heavenly venerate, raising his right hand and calmly speaking. "Old demon, do you dare to come forward and engage in a life or death battle with me, Bai Xiaojun?" Outside the thundercloud area, the demon-faced man was on the verge of exploding with rage. But for him, the thundercloud area before him was a thunderpool. He lacked the courage to step inside. The lightning within had astonished him. In just a moment, he had lost nearly a fraction of his life force. This was the life force he had accumulated over countless years. He was heartbroken. "Bai Xiaojun, shut your mouth. Do you dare to come out?" The demon-faced man's anger surged. Only then could he finally speak to Bai Xiaojun, his words sounding like a curse. "The thunder is here. The person is here." Bai Xiaojun waved his sleeve, calmly speaking. These words, combined with his seemingly nonchalant movements, further accentuated his imposing aura. "You!" These words made the demon-faced man even more furious. He was furious to the point of madness. He had never seen anyone so shameless before. His anger surged, the black mist twisted violently, and he almost couldn't restrain himself from rushing in and killing Bai Xiaojun. But he kept taking deep breaths, trying to control himself. In truth, his life force had been depleted earlier, leaving him clearly exhausted. After a moment of struggle, the demonic face gritted its teeth. "Bai Xiaojun, if you have the guts, never come out. If you do, I will definitely kill you." Having said that, the demonic face, filled with anger, turned and left. He truly didn't want to continue this confrontation with Bai Xiaojun. He was worried that if things continued like this, he might actually lose his temper. "Cowardly old ghost, if you have the guts, come here and let's have a great battle." Seeing the demonic face leave, Bai Xiaojun stood in the thundercloud area, his sleeves fluttering slightly, his chin raised, and he shook his head in exasperation. "I, Bai Xiaojun, stand here and wave my sleeve. Even a half-god would be terrified." Hearing these words, the demon's face contorted, and he repeatedly reminded himself to restrain himself, speed up, and leave quickly. Thus, this pursuit between the two used the thundercloud area as a boundary. One dared not enter, the other dared not leave. Bai Xiaojun didn't feel there was anything wrong with this. On the contrary, he felt very comfortable. At this moment, he unleashed his speed inside the thundercloud area, shooting like an arrow towards the depths. Along the way, all the lightning bolts that struck him were directly absorbed. Only when he reached the center of the thundercloud area, seeing countless lightning bolts exploding all around, did Bai Xiaojun excitedly sit down cross-legged and begin to cultivate. "Sooner or later, there will be a day when I'll make that old devil pay." Bai Xiaojun snorted, closing his eyes to cultivate. For Bai Xiaojun, the immense power and vitality contained in the lightning bolts of this thundercloud area surpassed that of the nine heavens-clad thunder sect. As time passed, his cultivation level increased steadily. His immortal blood also accumulated drop by drop, steadily approaching 5%. After the demonic face left, he forcefully suppressed the resentment in his heart, racking his brains to consider ways to seize the treasure. But in the end, he couldn't help but sigh, completely abandoning the idea of seizing control of the treasure. The demonic face, its eyes gleaming with a sharp light, began searching for an exit. Time passed quickly, and a year went by. During this year, Bai Xiaojun focused solely on cultivation. It wasn't that he enjoyed cultivating, but rather that without it, he had nothing else to do. In such a vast thundercloud area, he dared not venture outside, only cultivating. And during this year, the weeping and laughing demonic face became even more ferocious. He discovered that this world of magical artifacts had no exit. He had tried countless methods, but ultimately found no way to leave. After realizing he was trapped, the demonic face's temper flared intensely. If it were just this, it would be fine. He believed that sooner or later, he would find a way to escape. But time and time again, for the past year, his cultivation level has been gradually suppressed. Initially a demigod level combatant, it was suppressed to a near demigod level. This terrified the demon-faced man, causing him extreme anxiety, especially when he realized that this was definitely due to the spirit of the magic artifact's fusion process working against him. But obviously, this was only the beginning. As time passed, his cultivation level could be suppressed on a much larger scale. He couldn't help but go mad. Why is this happening? The demon-faced man roared angrily, a vague sense of panic rising in his heart. He even felt that ever since he encountered Bai Xiaochun, he had been constantly unlucky. As the panic intensified, the resentment in his heart spread infinitely. At this moment, neither he nor Bai Xiaochun knew that during the year they were trapped in this magical artifact world, outside the Tongshan continent, under a single decree from the Heavenly Venerate, the four origin sects, the sects in the middle and even lower regions, were all becoming extremely tense, preparing for war. After 10,000 years, they would once again engage in an unprecedented war with the savage wilderness. And this time, because of the previous collapse of the Great Wall and the current unobstructed life zone, it's highly conceivable. This could very well be a war of complete annihilation. This Great War, in fact, had probably already begun. In the previous world-shattering battle, if the Heavenly Venerate had won, then the next would certainly have been war. However, the Heavenly Venerate failed, and then he failed again on the bone ship. This series of attacks had made it impossible for the Heavenly Venerate to hold on any longer. Especially after witnessing Zhang Daoping and his group leave this world, his heart grew increasingly anxious. Old ghost guarding the tomb, I know you have other plans, but I don't want to waste any more time with you. A madness flickered in the Heavenly Venerable's eyes as he directly issued a decree. Destroy the savage wilderness, destroy the tomb guardian, destroy the underworld emperor. Even if the heavens and earth crumble, even if the world shatters, he must become the true master of this world, thus fulfilling his wish and opening the gate to the world. The Heavenly Venerable's decree shook the entire Tongshan continent. Every cultivator in every sect, whether voluntarily or reluctantly, involuntarily participated in preparing for this war. However, only a few knew the true origin of this war. The preceding historical period, marked by countless years of conflict with the savage lands, had ingrained hatred in the hearts of almost all cultivators. Nearly all sects on the Tongshan continent were preparing for war. Simultaneously, in the savage lands, the Grand Celestial Master temporarily abandoned his suppression of the Emperor, returning considerable power to him. He mobilized countless tribes throughout the savage lands and formed four great legions with the four great celestial kings, preparing for the impending war with great fanfare. 10 great celestial lords, over 100 celestial marquises, and countless soul-cultivating families were all mobilized. Within the giant Ghost King's legion, Hong Chen Nu, the legion commander, stood proudly in her armor. She stood before countless cultivators, her eyes filled with murderous intent, gazing towards the Tongshan continent. However, deep within her eyes, unseen by outsiders, lay a complex mix of emotions and longing. At this moment, it wasn't just Hong Chen Nu who was thinking of Bai Xiaochun. There was also Chen Men Yao, Ming Huang, and Zhou Hong, those close to Bai Xiaochun. In fact, many people had a premonition of war ever since the Great Wall collapsed. Now, war was approaching. In a short time, whether in the savage wilderness or the Tongshan continent, winds were raging and clouds were swirling. It seemed the only place in the entire world that remained relatively peaceful was the piece of heaven and earth treasure within the northern region, where Bai Xiaochun was currently located. However, this place was a sacred place for Bai Xiaochun's cultivation. But for the demon-faced man, while it couldn't be explicitly called hell, it was gradually becoming quite similar. Whether it was the suppression from the treasure or the despair of not finding a way out, both were driving the demon-faced man particularly insane. Especially when he focused his attention on the thundercloud area surrounding Bai Xiaochun, the lightning within gradually subsided, and the aura belonging to Bai Xiaochun inside seemed to spread out uncontrollably. That aura far surpassed what it was before, now very close to the peak of the mid-stage, heavenly human realm. After discovering all this, the demonic face felt a shock in his head, and his wrong state of mind became even more violent. How can this be? This damn guy can absorb the power of heaven and earth here, but I can't. Damn it, he's fine, and his cultivation is even increasing. The demonic face roared, looking up at the sky. He felt like he was going insane, especially thinking about how he was weakening day by day here, while the other party was getting stronger every day. He feared that before long, he would surely be no match for Bai Xiaochun. It's unfair. Thinking of this scene, the demonic face's body trembled slightly. His despair became even more apparent. At the same time, he frantically searched for an exit. At this moment, he suddenly thought of the Heavenly Venerate. Before, he didn't understand why the Heavenly Venerate kept wanting to leave. But today, he vaguely felt a sensation similar to that of a Heavenly Venerable. I want to get out. The demon face also wanted to cry. He was constantly searching within this world. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun was fully focused on improving his cultivation. As Bai Xiaochun cultivated, the thundercloud area gradually diminished. The lightning within also slowly decreased. The magical artifact had accumulated the power of heaven and earth for countless years, and as Bai Xiaochun continuously fused the lightning, it frantically integrated into his body. If it were any other time, Bai Xiaochun would find it difficult to cultivate with such dedication. But today, within this magical artifact world, with the immense threat of the demon face beside him, Bai Xiaochun was anxious and had no choice but to try harder. That demon face is terrifying, Bai Xiaochun sighed. Under this immense pressure, he also desperately used the power of the herbs from the Lingxi sect back then to study. After devouring the lightning in the thundercloud area, his cultivation gradually increased. The Cloud Thunder Ancestor transformation, having previously broken through from its 5th transformation, has now reached the 6th transformation. It didn't end there. Then came the 7th transformation. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun's cultivation also continuously exploded, slowly rising from the mid-stage of the heavenly human realm until finally reaching the peak of the mid-stage of the heavenly human realm. During this process, his aura became even more powerful, causing the heavens and earth of this magical treasure world to change color, and winds and clouds to scatter in all directions. Now I'm very strong. When I break through to the late stage of the heavenly human realm, I'll surely be able to fight that demon-faced guy. Feeling his cultivation changing, Bai Xiaochun's mood was extremely excited. He continued to absorb the lightning in this place. As for the demon-faced guy, he was even more worried at this moment. He felt himself constantly weakening, while his enemy was constantly growing stronger, making his mood extremely bad. What further excited Bai Xiaochun was that the lightning within the thundercloud area of this magic artifact, besides containing the power of heaven and earth, perhaps because the artifact itself was the northern land, contained an immense life force. This also allowed Bai Xiaochun to gain boundless vitality when merging with the lightning. For his immortal blood, this life force had an astonishing boost. When Bai Xiaochun's cultivation jumped to the peak of the mid-stage heavenly human realm, his immortal blood also achieved a breakthrough, spreading from 4 parts to 5 parts of his entire body. This breakthrough caused Bai Xiaochun's eyes to light up, his heart surging with excitement. But this excitement didn't last long. Under Bai Xiaochun's cultivation, the lightning within the thundercloud area gradually decreased, until a deafening explosion echoed everywhere. The exceptionally large thundercloud area instantly vanished. When Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes, he saw the empty space around him. He was slightly startled. At the same time, the demonic face outside the thundercloud area was also attracted by this loud explosion. After seeing the thundercloud area disappear, he was also stunned. Almost in the blink of an eye, this demonic face suddenly became overjoyed. In an instant, his body rushed out, excitedly letting out a loud laugh that echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Bai Xiaochun, this time you're definitely going to die. Almost simultaneously with the demonic face's voice, a figure like an arrow shot straight towards the previously vanished thundercloud area. Bai Xiaochun's whole body trembled. It felt as if needles were piercing his entire body, and he instantly jumped up. Without any delay, he quickly retreated. Damn it, why is this thundercloud area no longer allowing me to absorb energy? How long have I been absorbing it, and now it's all gone? Bai Xiaochun was unwilling to accept this, his heart pounding. Seeing the demonic face roaring and charging towards him from afar, he felt his scalp tingle. At this moment, he unleashed his full speed and activated the Immortal Forbiddance technique. With a loud bang, he instantly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already far away, running like crazy. Behind him, the demonic face was also going berserk. Even with his cultivation suppressed, he desperately pursued with all his might. He realized this might be his last chance. If he couldn't kill Bai Xiaochun this time, then as his cultivation continued to decline, he feared that the next time he saw Bai Xiaochun, he would be no match for him. Just thinking about such a terrifying scene, the demonic face's heart trembled and his eyes turned a deep red. A roar erupted from his mouth, his speed exploding repeatedly. Bai Xiaochun! Amidst the roaring screams, this demonic face instantly teleported, directly passing through the thundercloud area, suddenly appearing 100 feet behind Bai Xiaochun. The black mist surrounding his body suddenly dispersed, barely condensing the power of a demigod, and then violently spreading in all directions, forming a suppressive force, intending to completely crush Bai Xiaochun in one fell swoop. The intense life-or-death danger caused Bai Xiaochun's heart to tremble wildly. His peak mid-stage heavenly human cultivation also erupted, combined with 5 parts of the immortal blood power in his entire body, finally causing his speed within the immortal forbidden zone to increase once again. With a loud bang, he managed to strike from beneath the demonic face, narrowly escaping. Splatter! A sound rang out. Bai Xiaochun spat out fresh blood. Although it was only a little, it still caused his entire body to tremble violently. However, even though blood gushed out wildly, in just a few breaths, his injuries were instantly healed by more than half under the powerful immortal blood. His speed not only didn't decrease, but instead, borrowing the power of the demonic face, it became even faster. In an instant, his figure transformed into a rainbow, appearing more than 100 miles away. Without stopping, Bai Xiaochun ran like mad. Loud explosions continuously resounded. Behind him, the demonic face roared incessantly, attacking again and again. Black mist condensed into spheres, constantly crashing down. But each time, Bai Xiaochun dodged them in an instant. Although Bai Xiaochun was spitting out fresh blood, she remained cheerful. Gradually, the demonic face itself began to feel depressed and wanted to collapse. Damn it, even though I'm being suppressed and weakened, what kind of guy is this? He's running too fast. Bai Xiaochun desperately fled. At this moment, he didn't have time to think about whether his speed was faster or the opponent's was slower. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind: to escape as quickly as possible. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of speed echoed throughout the heavens and earth, the continuous sound of tearing through the air. Bai Xiaochun's figure moved incredibly fast, eventually becoming just a blur. It seemed as if he was constantly appearing in the sky. It was impossible to see his true form. The demonic face chased with increasing madness. In the end, even though he spared no effort in unleashing his ultimate divine ability, with black mist transforming into black spheres and constantly expanding in pursuit, he could only watch helplessly as Bai Xiaochun fled, slowly approaching the wine cave ahead. No, the demonic face cried out in utter despair. Under the furious roar, his cultivation level surged. With this surge, each sphere of mist suddenly exploded, forming black arrows that, moving at an even faster speed, relentlessly pursued Bai Xiaochun. Their numbers were overwhelming, countless in number. Bai Xiaochun merely glanced at them, his heart trembling, and he screamed in terror. He wanted to cry. He unleashed the immortal Forbidden's technique and the mountain-shattering strike. He used every technique and spell that could increase his speed. During his escape, he employed the Cloud Thunder Ancestor transformation, strengthening his defenses. Simultaneously, his body grew rapidly. With each step, he covered nearly 1,000 feet. Finally, under the relentless pursuit of countless black arrows, Bai Xiaochun plunged headlong into the wine cave ahead. Almost instantly upon entering, a deafening thunderclap erupted, and the countless black arrows exploded, creating a shockwave that pierced through the wine cave and struck Bai Xiaochun directly. Bai Xiaochun frantically spat out blood, but without looking back, he spat forward like an arrow. Inside the wine cave, he felt a terrifying, sharp gale like a blade coming from all directions. However, upon encountering Bai Xiaochun, these gusts of wind instantly shattered, transforming into astonishing heaven and earth power that continuously seeped into his body through his pores. But Bai Xiaochun had no time to pay attention to any of this. While spitting blood, his speed did not decrease. He rushed deep into the wine cave in one breath, and when he turned around, he found that the figure of the demonic face behind him was nowhere to be seen. Only then did he stop panting. After repeatedly verifying that the demonic face hadn't actually chased him into the wine cave, Bai Xiaochun finally breathed a sigh of relief. old ghost, if you want to kill your Bai family patriarch, dream on. After catching his breath, Bai Xiaochun examined his surroundings, noticing the strong wind blowing against him, then transforming into the power of heaven and earth and entering his body. It was a life force similar to absorbing lightning. This made Bai Xiaochun overjoyed. HMPH, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. I, Bai Xiaochun, am a gentleman. After my cultivation breaks through, I will definitely beat you until your teeth fall out. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth fiercely. Recalling the previous scenes, his heart raced. At the same time, he slowly felt a little surprised. Speaking of which, this old demon seems to be getting weaker, and he might not be able to catch up with me. Bai Xiaochun scratched his head, remembering what the little girl had said. As she continuously fused with this world treasure, she would create a special suppressive force against the demon face. On one hand, my cultivation is increasing, so my speed is naturally faster. On the other hand, he's being suppressed. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun suddenly felt excited. He seemed to see hope, his eyes shining brightly. The little girl is unconscious. There will be no way out of here. This old demon is trapped here, constantly weakening, and I can always improve. Bai Xiaochun became more and more excited as he thought about it. Finally, he suddenly looked into the distance, opened his mouth, and let out a furious shout. Old demon, you just wait. After I break through, if I don't beat you until even the ghost mother doesn't recognize you, I'm not Bai Xiaochun anymore. These words, imbued with Bai Xiaochun's cultivation power, echoed from within the wind cave, reverberating everywhere. They also reached the ears of the demonic face outside the cave. His face turned pale, seemingly consumed by rage. Bai Xiaochun, the demonic face roared. This feeling of injustice drove him mad. He had chased Bai Xiaochun to this place, practically witnessing him escape into the wine cave, and seeing the raging wines, after colliding with Bai Xiaochun, skillfully burrow into his body as if seeing their ancestor. Yet here, he, not giving up, tried to take a few steps inside, only to be torn apart by those wines, losing some of his vitality, forcing him to retreat. He could only see Bai Xiaochun disappear into the wine cave like a rat whose tail was on fire, vanishing in an instant. A feeling of utter helplessness overwhelmed him, making him feel as if the entire world was filled with malice towards him. He understood even more clearly that if things continued like this, he would truly be doomed just thinking about the scenes of Bai Xiaochun breaking through in this wine cave. The demonic face felt like the sky was about to fall. This guy has a vengeful nature. Once he breaks through, the demonic face trembled, regretting it once more. He absolutely shouldn't have followed Bai Xiaochun into this cursed world of magical artifacts. This Bai Xiaochun, how can he be so difficult to deal with? The demonic face couldn't help but inwardly roar. Suddenly, he turned around, his bloodshot eyes frantically searching for an exit. At this moment, if the demon-faced man could encounter a disciple of the Starry Sky Dao Extreme Sect or the Nine Heavens Cloud Thunder Sect, after a brief conversation, the other party might tell him that Bai Xiaochun's most terrifying aspect wasn't his difficulty in dealing with him, but rather his seemingly boundless destructive power. After all, this was an almost proven authority, having harm to major origin sects. Given enough resources, Bai Xiaochun would undoubtedly become a terrifying existence capable of causing the entire world to collapse. The demon-faced man sighed. In his melancholy and resentment, time passed quickly. Another half year. During this half year, the Tongshan continent, outside the world of magical artifacts, underwent a period of preparation for war. The war initiated by the Heavenly Venerate had finally begun. From 4 directions, the Tongshan continent, with its 4 major origin sects and regional forces from the mid and lower reaches, formed 4 large legions, directly invading the savage wilderness. The savage wilderness immediately counterattacked. The 4 great heavenly kings formed large armies, corresponding to the 4 major origin sects. The war began. Bai Xiaochun was unaware of all this, and neither was the demonic face. If Bai Xiaochun knew, he would undoubtedly be extremely agitated, completely lacking the mood to cultivate. If the demonic face knew, it would certainly regret chasing Bai Xiaochun into this besieged place even more. If it were outside, based on his cultivation, in this war between the savage wilderness and Tongshan, he could certainly skillfully devour resources, allowing himself to quickly restore his peak strength. He might even be able to influence the war and gain the greatest benefit. But now, the demon-faced man was hiding on a mountain in this world of magical treasures. His breathing was rapid. His emotions were not just resentment and malice, but mostly fear. Because in the past 6 months, his cultivation had been constantly suppressed, and he had now fallen from demigod to great perfection heavenly human. This was like a nightmare for him. Many times, he himself felt he couldn't believe it. This drop in cultivation level, this feeling of weakness, made the demon-faced man afraid to come out even after staying here for 2 or 3 months. He was terrified. Before, he hated that he couldn't jump into the wine cave or directly confront Bai Xiaochun and kill him. But now, his heart trembled. Especially when he once sensed an aura from afar, outside the wine cave, constantly attempting to break through to the late heavenly human stage. He became extremely nervous. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The demonic face was filled with grief and resentment. He knew Bai Xiaochun was very strong. Before, he was at the mid-stage of the heavenly human realm, yet he possessed incredible speed, evading his pursuit. Now he had fallen to the peak of the heavenly human realm. If the other party successfully broke through, the consequences. Every time he thought about it, he felt particularly insane. Why is it like this? The demonic face fiercely clutched his misty hair, trembling uncontrollably, and couldn't help but cautiously check Bai Xiaochun's aura inside the wind cave. Just a few months later, when his cultivation had fallen again, becoming at the late stage of the heavenly human realm, he sensed Bai Xiaochun's aura inside the wind cave, which in an instant had become overwhelming. While he was trembling, Bai Xiaochun continued to rise, continuously attacking. Failure, failure, I curse you to fail. In his frantic state, the demonic face cursed incessantly. Amidst his curses, Bai Xiaochun's aura inside the wind cave not only didn't diminish, but actually grew stronger. Finally, it directly broke through to the peak of the mid-stage heavenly human realm. With a thunderous explosion, like the beginning of creation, Bai Xiaochun entered the late-stage heavenly human realm. The demonic face let out a mournful cry filled with despair. At the same time, a low growl, filled with arrogant triumph, suddenly emanated from within the wind cave. Old ghost, your Bai family patriarch is coming to find you. As this voice echoed, reaching the demonic face's ears, his entire body trembled slightly. In an instant, he transformed into countless black mists, rapidly dispersing in all directions. But after waiting for a while, Bai Xiaochun still didn't come out of the wind cave. The demon-faced man was startled for a moment, then his expression became even more unpleasant. He gritted his teeth and cursed furiously in his heart. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun inside the wind cave let out a roar, then happily felt his cultivation break through. Especially the abundant cultivation power in his body, which made him extremely excited. Late stage heavenly human. I, Bai Xiaochun, have finally reached the late stage heavenly human. In his excitement, Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but raise his head and shout loudly, Old ghost, this time your Bai family really has to come out and find you. Outside, the demon-faced man's body trembled again, his face turning completely black. Fortunately, he was originally a demonic face formed from black mist, so even though it was black, it was impossible to see through him. After shouting, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, feeling that his Cloud Thunder Ancestor transformation technique had advanced to the 8th transformation. It was precisely under the impetus of the 8th transformation that his cultivation level broke through from the peak of the mid-stage heavenly human realm. Currently, I'm using the 8th transformation, equivalent to the 11th transformation. Bai Xiaochun's eyes gleamed. He felt that at this moment, he wasn't exactly invincible, but he wasn't far from it. And there's the immortal blood. Bai Xiaochun licked his lips, carefully examining his immortal blood. Over the past 6 months of cultivation, he hadn't just increased his cultivation level. The power of heaven and earth within this wine cave seemed to contain astonishing vitality, causing Bai Xiaochun's immortal blood, which was previously 5 parts, to now break through to 6 parts. 6 parts of blood were all immortal blood. This gave Bai Xiaochun's overall recovery power an incredible level. He felt as if he possessed boundless strength, especially that intense vitality, which gave him the illusion that even if heaven and earth were destroyed, he wouldn't perish. The strongest ever. After thoroughly checking his body, Bai Xiaochun's confidence surged. Below the demigod level, who can be my opponent? While boasting, Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but roar loudly towards the outside. "Old ghost, this time I'm really here." After shouting, Bai Xiaochun waited for a while, his eyes flashing. That old ghost didn't respond. It seems his cultivation has really dropped quite a bit. In fact, during this time, although Bai Xiaochun was attempting to break through to the late stage of the heavenly human realm, his concern for the outside world hadn't diminished. He also sensed that the demonic face's cultivation had fallen under the suppression of this magical artifact world. Now, after a few attempts to test it, he was about 80 or 90% certain. A look of determination flashed in his eyes. With a loud bang, Bai Xiaochun's body suddenly shot out. In just a few steps, he directly crossed the area of the wind cave. Unexpectedly, he was already outside when he reappeared. With overwhelming momentum, the wind cave had shrunk considerably. But at this moment, Bai Xiaochun seemed to become the embodiment of the wind cave itself, a whirlwind erupting all around him, forming a vortex that connected heaven and earth. Amidst this terrifying aura, Bai Xiaochun stood at the edge of the wind cave, appearing arrogant. But in reality, he was also cautious. After careful preparation, if anything went wrong, he would immediately retreat. He blinked, waited a moment, and found that the demonic face still hadn't appeared. This made Bai Xiaochun's eyes light up even more. At this moment, his divine consciousness suddenly spread out. Amidst a loud explosion, ripples of distortion rose everywhere. In this instant, the power of his late-stage heavenly human divine consciousness continuously spread in all directions. In a flash, the entire world of magical artifacts reappeared in Bai Xiaochun's mind. This time, under the burst of divine consciousness, Bai Xiaochun immediately sensed that within a certain area, the demonic face was rapidly accelerating away into the distance. Now, with Bai Xiaochun's divine consciousness focused on the demonic face, he immediately saw that its cultivation had dropped to the late-stage heavenly human. This made Bai Xiaochun laugh heartily. He felt that the accumulated frustration in his heart since coming to this world of magical artifacts would now be released, along with an indescribable joy and exhilaration. He let out a loud roar and charged straight towards the point where his divine consciousness was concentrated, pursuing it. His speed was incredibly fast, instantly piercing through the void. The demonic face trembled, its speed suddenly exploding as it fled. Seeing the demonic face escaping, Bai Xiaochun looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. "Old ghost, do you think you can compete with your grandfather Bai in speed?" As soon as he spoke, Bai Xiaochun unleashed his full late-stage heavenly human cultivation. The Immortal Forbiddance technique and the mountain-shattering charge were both deployed. With a loud bang, his speed was fully unleashed, like teleportation. In just a few flashes, he suddenly appeared behind the demonic face. At this moment, the demonic face's expression was extremely grim. A raging anger surged within him. His pride wouldn't allow him to flee. At that moment, he suddenly let out a roar, abruptly turning around, instantly transforming into a large mass of black mist, forming a mouth full of teeth, and lunging towards Bai Xiaochun. His sudden outburst startled Bai Xiaochun. He quickly retreated, his hands forming a hand seal and swinging forward. A blast of cold air immediately emanated, rushing straight towards the large mouth. In an instant, the two collided. With a loud bang, the terrifyingly large mouth full of sharp teeth shattered, dispersing into countless black mists in all directions. Simultaneously, Bai Xiaochun's cold air also pierced through the mouth, heading straight towards the demonic face. The demon's expression instantly changed, a deep sorrow welling up inside him. He quickly dodged backward, feeling utterly wronged. But he could only choose to flee. However, at this moment, Bai Xiaochun's eyes shone brightly. He laughed loudly, and in an instant, he chased after him. He raised his right hand and directly threw a punch. With a loud bang, the 8 directions trembled. The demon's entire body shook violently. The mist also became chaotic. He quickly retreated, shouting loudly, "Bai Xiaochun, you're going too far. Old demon, do you dare to fight your Bai family patriarch?" Seeing this situation, Bai Xiaochun became even more excited. He directly unleashed the Cloud Thunder Ancestor transformation. With a resounding explosion, this first transformation of the Cloud Thunder Ancestor caused Bai Xiaochun's body to suddenly grow to 80 feet tall. A fierce and powerful aura surged from him, overwhelming him. Especially the crescent moon in his left eye, which flickered incessantly, pushing Bai Xiaochun's combat power to its limit. Not a demigod, but very close to one. With a single step, he directly appeared before the demonic face, raising his right hand. A loud bang! No matter how the demonic face resisted, it was all futile. The tables had turned. Even with prior preparation, it was still impossible to withstand. His body exploded with a loud bang, directly shattered by Bai Xiaochun's punch. He transformed into countless black mists, which once again condensed in the distance. The demonic face was completely insane. He had never experienced this kind of feeling in his life. Back then, the demon mother relied on the primordial being behind her to capture him, and yet she treated him very politely. But now, clearly, if his cultivation hadn't been suppressed, a single slap could have killed this Bai Xiaochun in front of him. But time and again, he couldn't do it, and was being attacked like this. This made him roar, even his voice became distorted. Bai Xiaochun, don't force me. I'm not forcing you. Your grandmother, I'll beat you. Bai Xiaochun felt the accumulated pressure in his heart dissipate considerably with this punch. Instead, there was an intense feeling of exhilaration. This made him shout triumphantly and step forward again. A sudden thunderclap erupted. You chased after me from the outside. He unleashed a punch. The demonic face had nowhere to escape. Even with its mournful screams and the deployment of its divine abilities and techniques, it was no match. In the deafening explosion, its body shattered again. You chased after me into this magical artifact world. Bai Xiaochun unleashed a second punch. You want to chase after me after you're inside. I've already reached the thundercloud area, and you still want to pursue me. The thundercloud area has dissipated, and you still want to pursue me, following Bai Xiaochun's voice. Each punch shattered the demonic face. After the opponent reformed, he continued to smash it with another punch. Bai Xiaochun, I want to kill you. A mournful, incessant scream emanated from the demonic face's mouth. He felt like he was about to go completely insane. His eyes were bloodshot to the extreme. The demonic face looked up at the sky and shrieked, then suddenly lunged towards Bai Xiaochun. But before he could get close, Bai Xiaochun kicked him. Boom! Another loud sound rang out. He directly kicked the demonic face's body apart. You boasted quite a bit. You even wanted to kill me, Bai Xiaochun glared. Then, after the demonic face reformed, he fiercely collided with it again, causing it to shatter. Finally, Bai Xiaochun directly grabbed the demonic face's misty hair and slammed it violently to the ground. He didn't even use any divine abilities, relying on his powerful body and the berserk-clad thunder ancestors' punches and kicks against the demonic face. A mournful wail echoed incessantly within this magical artifact world. The sound was utterly desolate. After an unknown period of time, the demonic face's body shattered once again, the mist dispersing and no longer condensing, but rapidly spreading in all directions. It even sacrificed its life force for speed, fleeing in all 8 directions. Want to run? I won't beat you until you call me Grandpa. I'm not Bai Xiaochun anymore. Bai Xiaochun's heart surged with rage. This feeling of turning the tables made him lightly flick his sleeve, his chin raised, and arrogantly declare. Then he directly pursued. Thunder continuously echoed throughout this magical artifact world, mingling with the demonic face's mournful screams and the endless madness and resentment within him. Bai Xiaochun, if I can leave this place, I will definitely kill your entire clan, skin you alive, and turn your skin into a celestial lamp. The demonic face roared in anger. He knew that shouting like that was useless, and would only make Bai Xiaochun pursue him more fiercely. But time and again, the pressure in his heart reached its limit. If he didn't yell a few times like that, he felt he would explode before Bai Xiaochun even had a chance to act. Quite a temper, Bai Xiaochun sneered, his eyes widening. Meanwhile, he accelerated his pursuit. In an instant, explosions echoed everywhere. The demonic face continuously shattered and scattered in all directions. Finally, seeing no way to escape, the demonic face, with a look of madness in its eyes, finally sacrificed its soul to obtain some secret technique. With a sound, it instantly merged into the void while fleeing, disappearing without a trace. This disappearance was extremely sudden. Bai Xiaochun let out a soft gasp, his divine consciousness suddenly spreading out to search again. But even after sweeping across the entire world of magical treasures, he still couldn't find any trace of the demonic face. This old demon is from beyond the heavens. Even his soul body can fight a heavenly venerate. He must have some strange techniques. Bai Xiaojun seemed to be thinking of something, but he didn't feel any resentment. He believed that although the other party could hide, he certainly couldn't do it for long, nor could he leave this world. If so, sooner or later he would find him. All right, I'll let him off the hook for now. When I'm in a bad mood, I'll deal with this old demon. Dare to fight me. When I, Bai Xiaojun, get angry, even I myself will be terrified. Bai Xiaojun snorted. The previous round of punches and kicks had left him in high spirits, his whole body feeling refreshed. In an instant, he no longer paid attention to the demonic face, flying towards the wind cave to continue his cultivation. At the same time, beneath a certain mountain in this world of magical artifacts, the void twisted. The figure of the demonic face slowly emerged, not very clear, but somewhat blurry. It seemed as if an indistinct membrane enveloped him, separating him from this world. This indistinct membrane was his fundamental secret technique, and it also hindered Bai Xiaojun's divine consciousness. However, at this moment, his entire body showed signs of weakness. Even the expression in his eyes was considerably dim. Clearly, employing this secret technique had come at a considerable cost to him. Bai Xiaojun. The demonic face gritted his teeth. At the same time, boundless sorrow welled up in his heart. This feeling of being at a dead end, even to the point of risking a fight, made him want to cry. Time passed. A month went by quickly. For the demon-faced man, every day of this month was a terrifying ordeal. He was very afraid that Bai Xiaojun would suddenly appear before him at any moment. This was agonizing. But for Bai Xiaojun, it was pure bliss. Cultivating inside the wind cave completely solidified his late-stage heavenly human cultivation. However, the strong winds inside the wind cave gradually subsided along with Bai Xiaojun's previous breakthrough and current consolidation. Eventually, there wasn't a single gust of wind left in the entire cave. Having learned from the previous thundercloud area, Bai Xiaojun wasn't surprised by the disappearance of the heaven and earth forces within the wind cave. Looking up, his eyes were filled with anticipation as he gazed towards the distant rain area. Maybe I can really cultivate to the demigod realm here. Thinking this, Bai Xiaojun's heart was filled with excitement. In an instant, he rushed straight towards the rain area. Before long, he was approaching the rain-shrouded area. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped directly inside. As the rain fell on him, he felt the power of heaven and earth and the vitality no different from that in the thundercloud and wind cave areas. Bai Xiaojun laughed heartily and quickly walked deeper into the rain-shrouded area. He sat cross-legged on the water's surface and then frantically absorbed the surrounding power of heaven and earth. As Bai Xiaojun cultivated, the world of magical artifacts also became much quieter. Several months later, the demonic face on the other side became even more bitter. Although Bai Xiaojun didn't come out to hunt him down during this time, he knew that Bai Xiaojun was becoming increasingly powerful. And he himself. During these months, his cultivation had once again plummeted. No longer at the late stage of the heavenly human realm, he had been suppressed to the middle stage. This weakened cultivation level intensified his fear far more than before. He didn't dare go outside at all. Almost every second, every minute, he was extremely cautious. Even though he didn't want to admit it, he couldn't help but pray that Bai Xiaojun would be best immersed in cultivation, forgetting himself completely. At the same time, he was viciously cursing in his heart. I curse him to explode and die. I curse him to suffer a cultivation deviation, his body and soul utterly destroyed. I, a dignified quasi-ancient, Bai Xiaojun, a mere reptile, I could kill a whole bunch of them with a single finger. He's too arrogant. This revenge must be taken. The demonic face looked up at the sky, constantly recalling his former glory. It seemed that only by relying on these thoughts did he have the courage to continue resisting. It's unclear whether the demonic face's curses and oaths were too sharp, but after a short period of continuous cursing, at noon today, while Bai Xiaojun was absorbing the power of heaven and earth in the rain area, he suddenly opened his eyes. He felt a little uncomfortable. He sensed a vague malevolent thought outside the rain area. Without hesitation, he knew it must be the demonic face. That old demon must be cursing me. Bai Xiaojun glared, looking up into the distance. His body flashed, silently rushing out, leaving the rain area without a sound. He didn't spread his divine consciousness, but relied on the direction of the perceived malevolent thought to quickly search. At this moment, The demonic face was hiding in an area, still gnashing its teeth. But suddenly, its expression changed. Its body suddenly shot backward. But in the blink of an eye, as he retreated, a loud explosion suddenly erupted from his previous position. The sound echoed through the sky, the shockwave scattering in all directions. The demonic face let out a mournful scream, without the slightest hesitation. With a sound, his body instantly transformed into countless black mists, scattering in all directions as he fled. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun's figure emerged from the void. As expected, you old demon are here cursing me, Bai Xiaochun roared. Under the incredibly fast speed of the Immortal Forbidden's technique, his right hand, still raised, suddenly clenched, and he directly punched into the distance. This punch wasn't aimed at the old demon, but at the void, ultimately forming a black hole vortex that emitted an astonishing gravitational pull, causing the black mist demonic face, which had been scattering in all directions, to momentarily stop. Although it was just a pause, for Bai Xiaochun, that was enough. He suddenly took a step forward, his sleeves fluttering. The power of a late-stage heavenly human erupted, forming a storm that swept across all directions. In the resounding explosion, many black mists shattered instantly. The remaining mists in the distance quickly condensed, once again transforming into the demonic face. Then, without looking back, he quickly fled. He also employed a secret technique that consumed a great deal of energy. His body made a sound and instantly disappeared. Seeing this old demon escape again, Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but feel a little impatient. He simply didn't return to the rain-covered area, but instead searched continuously within this magical artifact world. Several days later, when the secret technique wore off, Bai Xiaochun sensed the demonic face's aura again. As the demonic face let out a mournful cry, it had no choice but to once again unleash the secret technique. And so, one human and one demon, within this world of magical artifacts, relentlessly pursued each other. After more than a month, the demon felt truly on the verge of collapse. He knew that if things continued like this, even without Bai Xiaochun's intervention, he would exhaust all his strength and his soul would perish. He's acting like he won't give up until he kills me. The demon went mad, his heart turning gray as if dead. After the secret technique disappeared once again and was found by Bai Xiaochun, his eyes turned bloodshot, his whole body burning, as if he wanted to fight to the death. He roared with unwavering determination, with a madness that disregarded everything. What was originally just a head manifested a body, 2 arms, 2 legs, finally transforming into a black statue. That statue was incredibly dark, not illusory but tangible. At this moment, his aura intensified, like a war god, directly attacking Bai Xiaochun. I am a true ancient being, having lived for far too long. Compared to living and being tormented like this by you, life is pointless. You may use despicable methods to suppress me, but so what? If I cannot continue to live, then even in death, I want to die with dignity. Bai Xiaochun, you want me dead? Then come on. The demonic face let out a mournful, bloodthirsty laugh, vowing to die for its life. Even its aura suggested it intended to perish together with the victim. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed. The moment the demonic face lunged forward, he clenched his right fist, unleashing the immortal emperor's fist. With a resounding explosion, the heavens and earth trembled, and all directions shook. Behind Bai Xiaochun, an emperor's image materialized, condensing within his fist. With a single punch, the black statue of the demonic face shattered and exploded. A deathly aura instantly spread everywhere. This time, however, the black mist didn't dissipate. Instead, under Bai Xiaochun's punch, the statue was torn into pieces, scattering across the ground with a deafening roar. Still motionless, completely devoid of any life, like death. And at the moment of his death, the backlash was immense. This caused Bai Xiaochun's entire body to tremble, and he retreated 100 feet. When he looked up, he saw the black statue on the ground in the distance shattered into pieces. His eyes filled with doubt. Dead, it couldn't be that simple. Just dying like that, could it? Bai Xiaochun took a few steps forward, approaching the crushed statue. After carefully observing it, he saw only dense death energy within the fragments. Even when his divine consciousness spread out, he couldn't detect any life force. Even when he picked up several pieces to examine them, it was the same. It seemed that everything indicated the demonic face had truly perished. However, this demonic face, though weakened by suppression, was already at the mid-stage of the heavenly human realm. Today, Bai Xiaochun, being at the late stage of the heavenly human realm, killing a mid-stage heavenly human was actually quite simple. The only thing that made Bai Xiaochun hesitate was that before this demonic face was weakened by suppression, it was an existence capable of fighting against a heavenly venerate. It couldn't even withstand a blow, let alone be a quasi-ancient being. Bai Xiaochun pouted, intending to leave, but his doubts remained. Finally, he stood there thinking for a while, then spread his divine consciousness, sweeping across the entire world. He still found nothing. Only then did Bai Xiaochun leave. Even though he had witnessed the demonic face's death here, he still couldn't quite believe it. However, Bai Xiaochun didn't pay too much attention to this. After all, this world of magical artifacts was sealed. The opponent only had 3 possibilities. Either he's truly dead, or he's secretly escaping. The last possibility is faking his death. As for this small fragment, Bai Xiaochun had no intention of taking it away. If the other party was truly dead, then so be it. But if they weren't dead, the fragment itself might possess some strange properties. Especially since Bai Xiaochun felt that even if he left it here, no one else would come to pick it up. Therefore, it was best to stay and observe. Only after confirming everything was fine would it be safe to take it. Soon, another month passed. Bai Xiaochun cultivated in the rain-shrouded area. Every 3 to 5 days, he would go out to check on the fragment of the statue. These fragments remained motionless. Although the aura of death on them had dissipated somewhat, the fragments were clearly slowly returning to normal. Bai Xiaochun's divine consciousness repeatedly swept across the entire world, but he couldn't detect any trace of the demonic face. Impossible. Is it really dead? I haven't had enough fun yet. Bai Xiaochun's heart wavered slightly. After waiting for another month, he still couldn't sense the demon's aura. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed. The second possibility can be ruled out. So now he's either truly dead or faking it. Let's see. Bai Xiaochun rubbed his chin, raised his right hand, and instantly gathered the fragments together again. Old ghost, let me tell you again, faking death in front of me is useless. If you really fake it, you'll definitely regret it. Bai Xiaochun threatened a few times, but the fragments remained unchanged. He snorted, gathered the fragments, and rushed straight into the rain-shrouded area. During this time, Bai Xiaochun had absorbed the energy, and the rain in the rain-shrouded area had lessened considerably, no longer a torrential downpour, but a light drizzle. Bai Xiaochun didn't stop at all, carrying the fragments of the statue as he went deeper into the rain-shrouded area. He let the rainwater fall on these fragments. Feeling uneasy, Bai Xiaochun simply threw the small pieces into a low-lying area, using a hand gesture to guide the rainwater from all directions to fall on top, slowly submerging them. Bai Xiaochun stared intently at these fragments. This was a testing method he had devised. After all, he had witnessed firsthand the lightning strikes inflicting immense damage on the old demon in the thundercloud area. The strong winds inside the wind cave also had a similar effect. Therefore, in Bai Xiaochun's judgment, the rainwater in the rain-covered area would behave similarly. After being submerged by the rainwater, these small fragments initially appeared normal, motionless. But gradually, a surge of life force emanated from them. At the same time, these fragments trembled in an instant. In the blink of an eye, a deafening explosion resounded, accompanied by chaotic and agonizing screams. Bai Xiaochun, I won't let you get away with this. Old ghost, you're really faking your death. Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up. As the voice rang out, the fragments submerged in the rainwater instantly became indistinct, finally disappearing without a trace. You dare to feign death in front of your Bai family patriarch. It's useless. Bai Xiaochun laughed heartily, his consciousness spreading out. Immediately, he sensed the aura of the demonic face again. With a laugh, he suddenly pursued it. At this moment, outside the rain curtain area, a void suddenly became indistinct. In the blink of an eye, each small piece of the statue suddenly appeared. These small pieces immediately transformed into black mist, condensing into the shape of a demonic face. At this moment, he was much weaker than before. His eyes were filled with fear, and also madness. His anger was overwhelming, yet he couldn't vent it. He was indeed faking his death. He had guessed that Bai Xiaochun wouldn't stop until he was dead. The only thing he could think of was this method. To make it even more believable, he actually caused his own death. After all, he was a soul body, and his cultivation was demonic magic. So, although he appeared unconscious, it was no different from truly dying. Unless something unexpected happened, no matter how Bai Xiaochun crushed these fragments or used other methods to turn them into dust, after half an hour, the demonic face would still awaken in the dust. But time and time again, he encountered a Bai Xiaochun who didn't believe in evil and who could directly throw him into the rain-shrouded area. Under the corrosive power of the accumulated heaven and earth within the magical artifacts world, his feigned death instantly vanished. The pain of his life force dissipating immediately awakened him. He didn't even dare to continue feigning death. In other words, he had a strong premonition that after his life force was truly drained away, he would die here. Therefore, he could only use the secret technique again to escape from the rain-shrouded area. However, each time he used this secret technique, it caused him considerable harm. Today, he was already exhausted to the limit. But even exhaustion couldn't compare to the despair in his heart. Oh my God, what did I do wrong to deserve encountering this despicable Bai Xiaochun? The demon-faced man was filled with sorrow and despair. He sensed Bai Xiaochun's aggressive aura approaching from afar. His whole body trembled. In despair and grief, he unleashed a secret technique and fled once more. Almost instantly after he disappeared, Bai Xiaochun's figure emerged from the void. Looking around, Bai Xiaochun quickly coughed and shouted, "Little demon, hide well. I'm coming to catch you." After saying that, he disappeared again, following his senses in the netherworld, pursuing him. Time passed. Several months went by quickly. During these months, Bai Xiaochun's joy completely overshadowed the demon-faced man's suffering. Almost every day, he would cultivate tirelessly, then go out and sweep through the area. After finding the demon face, he would brutally beat it, forcing it to use its secret techniques to escape. If he was in a good mood, he would chase it a few more times, forcing the demon face to use its secret techniques even more. But if Bai Xiaochun was in a bad mood, he would relentlessly pursue it until he captured its soul, then throw it into the rain curtain area, causing the demon face's agonizing screams to echo daily within this magical artifact world. This kind of life continued for several months. For the demon face, it was something it had never experienced in its entire life. This kind of suffering, both physical and mental, made it feel like it wanted to die but couldn't. In this misery, its cultivation level rapidly dropped, suppressed to the early stage of the heavenly human realm. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun's cultivation level continued to rise through his relentless practice. His immortal blood was merely 7 parts complete. His cultivation was also limitless, close to the late-stage peak, seemingly only a short distance from the great perfection. Fortunately, a few months later, when the rain curtain was about to disappear, perhaps Bai Xiaochun got bored of playing around, or perhaps he had reached a crucial moment in his cultivation. The time he spent outside gradually decreased, causing the demon-faced figure to become agitated and shed tears. At the same time, outside the world of magical artifacts on the Tongshan continent, the war between the 4 major origin sects and the savage wilderness had reached a critical point. The sects of the 4 lineages, whether origin, mid-range, or lower range, each deployed nearly 5/10 of their cultivators, gathering together in one place. The sheer number was overwhelming, earth-shattering. 5/10 of the cultivators from the entire Tongshan continent entered the savage wilderness, entering the battlefield to engage in bloody battles with the savage wilderness. The savage wilderness's resources were inferior to Tongshan's, so when they met the challenge, they deployed even more. The tribes, the clans, all the heavenly marquises, even the 4 great heavenly kings, each one was killing with bloodshot eyes. It was incredibly brutal. Heavenly beings fell on both sides. Each time a heavenly being fell, the earth and sky would erupt with violent explosions. This wasn't even the most important thing, because after the heavenly beings fought, the demigod powerhouses of both sides began to attack. The savage wilderness became a battlefield. As the 4 great heavenly kings and the demigod ancestors of the 4 great origin sects attacked, thunder echoed throughout the world. Outside, at the height of the war, the rain screen in the world of magical artifacts dissipated. The moment the rain screen disappeared, although Bai Xiaochun's cultivation didn't break through, his immortal blood had completely reached 7 parts. The 7 portions of immortal blood were incredibly potent, causing the entire world to seem different the moment Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes. The light in his eyes seemed capable of dimming the world. This feeling of vitality surging through his entire being gave Bai Xiaochun the illusion that even though he hadn't yet achieved immortality, he wasn't far off. The only regrettable thing was that he had no opponents here, no way to compare himself to see just how powerful he truly was. After the demonic face was suppressed and weakened, it now trembled at the sight of him. Bai Xiaochun tried to test it, but with little effect. However, comparing himself to his former self, he gradually began to understand. Today, even if I only use 3/3 of my cultivation and physical strength, I can still compare to before. This shows that I might even be able to fight a demigod. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, a strong sense of anticipation rising in his heart. He was eagerly awaiting the moment he would leave the world of magical artifacts. After he came out, he wanted to see how shocked everyone would be. I can still get a little stronger. Bai Xiaochun was brimming with enthusiasm. He suddenly stood up and rushed straight to the final fiery zone. At the same time, this fragment of the world had lost its thunder, rain, and wind. The whole world seemed to have changed, somewhat different. Bai Xiaochun couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was, but vaguely, while meditating, he could sense the aura of the little girl. I think she's almost finished merging. After entering the fiery zone, deep within the volcano engulfed in flames, Bai Xiaochun sat down cross-legged and began another round of cultivation and absorption. The dense power of heaven and earth struck him. After continuously absorbing, his immortal blood slowly advanced to 8 parts. His cultivation also gradually approached the great perfection of the heavenly human realm. However, at his current cultivation level, each advancement required an incredibly abundant supply of heaven and earth energy. At this moment, his breath caused the entire fiery area to tremble. After sensing the trembling of the fiery area, the demonic face felt even more despair and fear. His current cultivation level was already at the level of a fallen heavenly human. He couldn't imagine what would happen once he reached the nascent soul stage. Would he truly be toyed with and killed by Bai Xiaochun? I want to get out, the demonic face cried, remembering the heavenly venerate. Once again, he felt a strong sense of understanding towards the heavenly venerate. If I get out, I will definitely kill Bai Xiaochun with 1,000 cuts. The demonic face understood that as long as he left this world of magical artifacts and wasn't suppressed, he could instantly recover his cultivation and reach a level of strength sufficient to fight a heavenly venerate. By then, he swore he would unleash all his suffering, countless times over, upon Bai Xiaochun. And so, in the torment of the demon face, under Bai Xiaochun's cultivation, a year passed. During this year, the demon face didn't die, but many times he felt like dying. Even when he recalled it, he felt that he was incredibly lucky to have survived this year. In fact, he couldn't even remember how many times Bai Xiaochun had attacked him. It seemed that when Bai Xiaochun was in a good mood, he would come out and attack him. When he was in a bad mood, he would attack him again. In the end, the demon face gave up using his secret techniques. Each time Bai Xiaochun came, he would tremble and lie there, closing his eyes, letting Bai Xiaochun do whatever he wanted. His heart had long since become hopeless and broken, because he discovered that the more he resisted, the more excited Bai Xiaochun seemed to become. After he stopped resisting, the other party's interest seemed to slowly diminish. The torture began a year ago. They've been together for over 2 years now. The torment has left a lasting trauma in his soul. His fear of Bai Xiaochun is beyond description. He feels that Bai Xiaochun is the most terrifying existence he's ever encountered in his life. He regrets it countless times. He regrets not getting close to Bai Xiaochun. Back then, when the ghost mother left, he couldn't have been so foolish as to stay. He feels this was the biggest mistake of his life. He knows that in the outside world, even if he were captured by the ghost mother, she never tortured him like this. She only hung him up to threaten her enemies. He even thought many times that he would have been better off being captured by a heavenly venerate. There was truly no way to predict it. He had escaped the demon mother's control, avoided being captured by the heavenly venerate, and yet ended up in the hands of this terrifying Bai Xiaochun. He truly wanted to die many times. In fact, this feeling of despair emanating from his soul made him unable to alleviate the despondency even when reminiscing about his past glory. This is a monstrous existence. Every time the demon-faced man thought of Bai Xiaochun, his heart would tremble, and such a feeling would arise. Bai Xiaochun felt a little hesitant to attack the demon-faced man because of his despair and lack of resistance. But he truly enjoyed the fight. This feeling of turning around and taking control made him initially reluctant to fight. But upon thinking about the fact that the opponent was actually a quasi-ancient expert who had relentlessly pursued him and nearly cost him his life, he couldn't help but strike. Furthermore, he thought, my life is truly legendary. I've slapped the heads of demigods and heavenly venerables. Even quasi-ancient experts were defeated by me and dared not resist. In his emotional exclamation, Bai Xiaochun felt his cultivation had become even more formidable over the past year. The area, once engulfed in flames, was now almost 90% clear. Only a small amount remained. Bai Xiaochun's cultivation was on the verge of a breakthrough. His immortal blood was nearly 80% complete. He had a feeling that after absorbing the flames from this overflowing sea of fire, his cultivation would definitely break through, becoming a great perfection heavenly human. At the same time, during this year, Bai Xiaochun also sensed the girl's aura becoming increasingly intense. He vaguely guessed that the girl's fusion with the magic treasure, similar to how she absorbed the power of heaven and earth from the 4 major regions along with him, had indirectly accelerated her power considerably. When my cultivation level breaks through, when the sea of fire disappears, that will be the moment the girl completely merges. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed. After taking a deep breath, he formed a hand seal and swung his hands forcefully in all directions. Instantly, the remaining sea of fire in all directions surged, rushing towards Bai Xiaochun from all directions, engulfing him in an instant. But this sea of fire was completely unable to harm him. Within this engulfing sea of fire, it continuously transformed into dense heaven and earth power, constantly entering through the pores all over Bai Xiaochun's body, gathering in his meridians, and circulating throughout his body. Under Bai Xiaochun's control, it suddenly surged towards the 11th transformation of the Cloud Thunder Ancestor. The first 9 transformations of the Cloud Thunder Ancestor, once cultivated, would lead to the late stage of the heavenly human realm. The 10th and 11th transformations are legendary realms, extremely difficult to cultivate. For Bai Xiaochun, thanks to the previous cooperation with the Sun and Moon Eternal Sky, his 11th transformation of the Cloud Thunder Ancestor could be said to have been achieved naturally. Now, he must break through to the final transformation of the Cloud Thunder Ancestor. Once successful, a sun will form in his right eye, along with a crescent moon in his left eye, emitting the ultimate power of the Cloud Thunder Ancestor. This power, being a match for the Sun and Moon Eternal Sky, although slightly different from what Cloud Thunder Z predicted, still surpasses the limits of this cultivation method, reaching a level that would shock even the creator of this method. Cloud Thunder. A strange light flashed in Bai Xiaochun's eyes as he murmured. The sea of fire surrounding him erupted violently. More and more forces of heaven and earth surged forth. Human ancestor, following Bai Xiaochun's words, the sound within the sea of fire completely shook the world of magical artifacts. His body trembled, and his aura surged forth. At this moment, his cultivation within him continuously erupted. His right eye even seemed to transform into a black hole. He took a deep breath, forcefully devouring all the flames surrounding him. Instantly, this sea of fire completely merged into Bai Xiaochun's right eye. When the entire area of fire was completely devoid of flames, even dissipating, Bai Xiaochun's voice instantly revealed a hint of whirring. 11 transformations. Boom! The world trembled. Heaven and earth exploded. In this instant, Bai Xiaochun's right eye shone to its extreme, forming a circle of the sun. Also in this instant, his cultivation completely exploded, directly and powerfully breaking through from the late stage of the heavenly human realm, entering the great perfection of the heavenly human realm. A perfected aura surged from Bai Xiaochun, sweeping across the entire world, causing the void of this magical artifact to tremble. The demonic feast trembled, the ground seemed to shake, and the sky twisted. Slowly, finally, a huge face appeared in the sky. This face was not Bai Xiaochun's, but a little girl. She slowly closed her eyes, seemingly merging with the spirit. Just as Bai Xiaochun had predicted, the final moment had arrived. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. As he stood up, he didn't look at his daughter's face in the sky, but slowly raised his right hand and touched it. Cracking sounds emanated from his body. In that instant, the blood in his entire body suddenly accelerated its flow, gradually spreading a crimson hue throughout his body, making him seem like a blood god. An indescribable pressure erupted from him, as if it could suppress the world, suppress everything. At this moment, if any bloodstream sect disciple saw him, they would surely tremble, having the illusion of seeing the blood ancestor. Immortal blood. 80%. At the same time, outside the world of magical artifacts, the war between the Tongshan continent and the savage wilderness intensified. Nearly 7/10 of the four Tongshan sects had already deployed their cultivators. Such a large number of cultivators, after converging in one place, formed for great legions, like for sharp arrows piercing through everything, directly penetrating into the savage wilderness, easily breaking through like a dry branch. The savage wilderness, already weak in terms of manpower, could no longer hold its ground and began to flee. Even with the intervention of the four great heavenly kings, they could not change the course of the battle. Under the divine power of the half-god ancestors of the four great origin sects, they were forced to cede areas piece by piece, blocking the battle lines and thus gaining opportunities to rest and gather more strength for a counterattack. This retreat meant losing 3/4 of the savage wilderness. The attacks of the four great origin sects remained powerful, forming a siege around the entire savage wilderness from 4 directions. The subsequent war was a continuous shrinking of the encirclement, causing the savage wilderness's territory to become increasingly smaller. Only when a certain level is reached will the final decisive battle be launched. It can be said that this war will last much longer than before. But the level of devastation truly surpasses all. Such a scene should not have occurred. But at this moment, on one hand, the will of the heavenly venerable is incredibly firm, forcing the four major origin sects to fight with all their might. On the other hand, the old and weak tomb guardians are no longer able to protect the savage wilderness as they did in the past. The newly appointed Ming Emperor is not yet fully mature and can only be passive. Therefore, the level of devastation in this war is naturally greater than before. And as the encirclement appears, and the savage wilderness's power continuously diminishes, the wars between the heavenly beings erupt repeatedly, resulting in even greater casualties. Just recently, the number of celestial beings killed in battle on both sides has exceeded 10. Even among demigods, life-or-death battles frequently occur. Although no demigods have fallen yet, given the current state of the war, it's highly likely that demigods will soon perish. Today, the casualties in the barbarian lands are extremely heavy. Individuals from various tribes have been annihilated, becoming corpses. Looking around, the barbarian lands are engulfed in the flames of war. Compared to this, the armies of the four great heavenly kings are in a similar state. Everyone is utterly exhausted, yet they can only grit their teeth and fight. In truth, this war has revealed that the ultimate outcome for both sides will inevitably be complete annihilation. Refusing to surrender, refusing to submit, the only possible choice is death. This is the attitude of the celestial venerables, the attitude of those who guard the tomb. Either we open the gates of the world, or I will slaughter all the descendants of the imperial bloodline, slaughter all the cultivators of the savage wilderness. At the same time, during this war, the savage wilderness also produced its own prodigies, who rose to prominence. Whether it was Gongsun Yi, Zhou Hong, or Chen Manyo and Susan, they all faced the trials of war, experiencing life and death in a short period, and gradually matured amidst the bloodshed. Hong Chennu was especially remarkable. She commanded the entire army of giant demons, engaging in a fierce battle with the Starry Sky Dao extreme sect, causing the other 3 heavenly origin sects to watch in astonishment. The heavenly sect was no exception. Under the flames of war, each individual displayed extraordinary talent, radiating dazzling brilliance. It was as if the entire world was a vibrant flower about to wither. In this final moment of destruction, using its last ounce of strength, like a fleeting flower, it wanted to unleash all its light. Regardless of whether they were celestial beings, nascent soul cultivators, or golden core cultivators, it was all the same. The Reverse River sect was no exception. Song Qiu, Shangguan Tianyu, Subeokai, and even the Lingxi ancestor who had achieved celestial being status, they were all like this. Almost every day, people died. The desolate wilderness wasn't entirely stained blood, but looking from the sky, many places had their mud and soil dyed red. At this moment, within the area under the giant Ghost King's control, in a mountain valley, a small-scale war was breaking out. The Tongshan faction responsible for this battle consisted of several major sects from the central region. Among them was the Lingxi ancestor of the Reverse River sect, as well as Zhang Zhongwan and Tai Dan. They didn't want to fight. They even sensed that the savage wilderness's giant demon army didn't seem to harbor any murderous intent towards them, but with war breaking out, the will of the Reverse River sect couldn't be changed. Under this flood, even if the Reverse River sect didn't want to, they couldn't help but participate. And their leader was Byzantia of the Starry Sky Dao Extreme sect. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot, and his breathing was rapid. Although Tongtia held the upper hand in the overall situation, it was inevitable that in some small-scale wars, the savage wilderness would cut through and slaughter them. They were experiencing this today. In this valley, ambushed by the giant demon army, they were completely surrounded. Even their repeated attempts to break through were futile. On the other side of the valley, Hong Chendu stood wearily, gazing from afar at the Tongshan cultivators within. Her eyes held a complex expression. In truth, since the war began, she had repeatedly avoided confrontation with the Nith sect. But with repeated battles, even with her best efforts, she was gradually losing her strength. In the silence, Hong Chendu looked to the side. Around her, every cultivator in the giant demon army was breathing heavily. Their eyes held deep hatred, staring intently at the valley. At Hong Chendu's command, they would charge forward. Not only them, but beside Hong Chendu were several heavenly marquises and two heavenly dukes from Kuwang City. Even though their status was higher than Hong Chendu's in this war as the commanders of the giant demon army, they had to obey Hong Chendu's orders. Sensing the fighting spirit in the eyes of everyone around her, Hong Chendu closed her eyes. She knew that the life and death of everyone in the valley rested in her mind. After a moment, she opened her eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly spoke. The others can be killed. As for the Reverse River sect, if they can be spared, then spare them. This was the first time she had explicitly stated her intention to spare the Reverse River sect. As her words spread, a murmur arose from everyone around her. Dallas C. Mai, I don't know why you're so biased towards the Reverse River sect. But given the current situation, if we have any concerns, then the ones who will flee might not be just the Reverse River sect. A heavenly marquis from Kuihuan City said disapprovingly. As his words echoed, the other heavenly marquises beside him frowned and looked towards Hong Chendu. Only the two heavenly lords seemed to be deep in thought. The Reverse River sect is Bai Xiaochun's sect. If you don't care about Bai Xiaochun's wrath, you can slaughter them all. A sharp glint appeared in Hong Chendu's eyes as she calmly spoke. Bai Xiaochun. The heavenly marquis, who had spoken earlier, trembled upon hearing the name Bai Xiaochun. He gasped. The story of Bai Xiaochun's transformation into Bai Dao was no longer a secret in the savage wilderness. The other heavenly marquises also trembled. Scenes of Bai Xiaochun's time in Kuihuan City flashed through their minds. They had even narrowly avoided being searched. Back then, they had all shown respect in front of Bai Xiaochun. Not to mention, they now knew that Bai Xiaochun was the master of Ming Huang. Several people exchanged glances, giving a wry smile. They all remained silent, obeying Hong Chendu's command. War, amidst the howling and screeching, suddenly erupted within this mountain valley. And it wasn't just here. Across the desolate wilderness, this kind of large-scale warfare was everywhere. After a long while, when the war within the valley ended, seeing the people of the Reverse River sect, protected by ancestor Lingxi, slowly departing, Hong Chendu quietly withdrew her gaze. Bai Xiaochun, why haven't you appeared yet? Are you unsure of what choice to make? Hong Chendu murmured softly. After a sigh, she turned and left. Meanwhile, inside the magic treasure world, Bai Xiaochun, having absorbed 8 parts of the immortal blood and broken through to the great perfection of the heavenly human realm, his aura surged, causing the magic treasure world to tremble. This powerful aura far surpassed that of an ordinary great perfection heavenly human. Just like Chen Haoding of the savage wilderness, although he was also a great perfection heavenly human, compared to Bai Xiaochun today, he's like a firefly compared to the bright moon. I don't know what's happening outside. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, watching the flames around him disappear, and the entire world of the magic treasure devoid of any heaven and earth power. His desire to leave grew even stronger. Looking up, his gaze fell upon the face of the little girl high in the sky. With his current divine sense, Bai Xiaochun could clearly feel that, at most 3 days, the little girl would completely integrate with this magic treasure world. 3 days. Bai Xiaojun murmured, his eyes flashing as he looked towards the distant ground. That place was where the demonic face was hiding. Who knows, maybe I can borrow his life force to further enhance my immortal blood. If I reach 10%, I have a feeling I can completely control the divine slaughter method. Thinking this, Bai Xiaojun's heart burned with excitement. He lightly patted the eternal night umbrella in his storage bag and walked towards the demonic face. This wicked Bai Xiaojun has finally broken through his cultivation. At this moment, the demonic face, hidden in his hiding place, stared blankly at the sky. He saw the girl's face high in the sky and let out a sigh. A mixture of sorrow and excitement welled up in his heart. He felt that surviving these past few years had been incredibly difficult. Now, with Bai Xiaojun's breakthrough, and with the disappearance of the heaven and earth forces in the 4 major regions, the demonic face saw that the crucial moment that would decide everything had arrived. This soul has almost become a spirit. By then, this world of magical treasures will be completely under his control. And that damned Bai Xiaojun will definitely tell the spirit to open the gate, thus leaving here. The demonic face was filled with excitement and anticipation. He knew this was his only chance to leave this place. If he could seize it, once he got out, he believed he could instantly restore his cultivation. At that time, he swore he would make Bai Xiaojun regret ever living in this world. And what he needed to do was to use his greatest efforts in this process to make Bai Xiaojun believe that he, both himself and the object, were harmless. He had even considered that the other party would definitely find some way to control him. He would also try his best to cooperate. But in reality, he was confident that with his secret techniques, as long as he got out, he could definitely break all the binding restrictions. The only problem is, I can't place my hopes on this damned Bai Xiaojun. What if he's completely out of his mind, doesn't see my value, and tries to manipulate me, planning to lure me out? I'm not afraid. Deep within the eyes of the demonic face, a few dark, cold glints flickered and then vanished. In fact, he had been preparing for this for 2 years. During these 2 years, although his cultivation had been suppressed to the nascent soul stage, he had secretly and continuously accumulated his own soul power. Now, he had condensed the power of a single strike. This power of a single strike wasn't manifested in terms of combat strength, but rather in the method of teleportation. Although it would consume almost half of his soul, he was certain that if Bai Xiaojun had any intention of not taking him along, the door of the magic treasure would open in an instant. And he would not hesitate to unleash this secret technique, concentrating his power into a single blow, transforming it into earth-shattering speed, and directly teleporting out. Two preparations, either way, would allow me to successfully escape and recover my cultivation. Bai Xiaojun, just you wait. The demonic face couldn't contain his excitement, but his expression quickly changed. He's coming. The demonic face took a deep breath. He sensed Bai Xiaojun's aura in the distance, incredibly powerful, rapidly approaching. Trembling, he quickly suppressed his excitement, displaying a dazed, astonished expression as he gazed at the sky, giving the impression of utter despair. In reality, he was being extremely cautious. Before long, the heavens and earth trembled, and the void twisted. Bai Xiaojun's figure took a step forward, reappearing in midair. He stood there, proudly raising his head, his sleeves slightly fluttering, and calmly spoke. "Little devil, I need your help with something." Hearing the other party call him Little Devil, the demon-faced man's heart twitched, but he didn't dare show it completely, still feigning ignorance, staring blankly into the distant void. Seeing the demon-faced man's expression linger for more than 2 years, Bai Xiaojun quickly cleared his throat. He realized he hadn't yet exerted enough power to suppress him, so he glared. "Little devil, look up," Bai Xiaojun softly shouted. Instantly, the waves of a great perfection heavenly human cultivator surged out, causing the world to change color. His will also continuously spread throughout the 8 directions of heaven and earth. This powerful will seemed capable of influencing the entire world of magical artifacts. Within him lay some strange transformation. It seemed that every movement of Zikun contained the laws of the world. His gaze was like the eyes of the heavens. The oppressive aura emanating from him was like true divine power. It even gave people a kind of illusion, as if his very existence was the embodiment of heaven and earth. A layer of dazzling light appeared on his body. This light was like a garment that clothed Bai Xiaojun, making him stand in the sky, impossible to ignore. Outsiders might not see the full extent of this transformation. Only through feeling would they feel awe. But when the demon-faced man looked back, he immediately recognized it as heaven follows the will of man. The world follows his will. The demon-faced man trembled inwardly. Heaven follows the will of man. This is a state that only appears after reaching the limit of the heavenly human realm. In this state, it is as if the cultivator and heaven and earth are completely merged together. His will is the will of heaven. His thoughts are the thoughts of the world. That denned by Xiaochun, his talent is astonishing. Not every celestial being can reach the realm of heaven at will, nor can every heaven at will realm condense their will into a world of their own. This transformation only occurs when a celestial being is about to break through a realm and enter the demigod realm. The demon's heart was filled with complex emotions, and even more so with bitterness. He knew that after heaven at will came the demigod realm. If the celestial being realm is about merging one's own will with heaven and earth, using heaven and earth to manifest, then the demigod realm is about creating a world all by oneself. After the soul transforms into a divine soul, the demigods will compete with heaven and earth to shine until it reaches its limit, capable of suppressing heaven and earth. Noticing the shock and astonishment in the eyes of the previously bewildered demon, Bai Xiaochun felt immense joy. This feeling of being noticed, especially by someone who loved killing and could fight against a heavenly venerate, and who had previously been so eager to kill him, made him very pleased. In an instant, Bai Xiaochun reappeared beside the demon, his right hand patting his storage bag. A black light flashed, and the eternal night umbrella reappeared in Bai Xiaochun's hand. I'm currently cultivating, and I'm still lacking a bit of vitality. You, a quasi-ancient being, have so much vitality. Lend me some. I think you certainly won't refuse. Bai Xiaochun licked his lips, looking at the trembling demon. He then thrust the eternal night umbrella forward. The demonic face trembled all over, resisting and struggling, but it was all in vain, especially when he thought of the door of the magic treasure about to open. Therefore, he gritted his teeth, turning all his madness into anticipation of future revenge against Bai Xiaochun. He quietly closed his eyes. I'll endure. I have 3 more days. I've endured 2 years. These 3 days won't hurt. But this demonic face still underestimated the life-devouring ability of the eternal night umbrella. After the eternal night umbrella pierced into the demonic face's body, an astonishing suction force instantly erupted from the eternal night umbrella. The demonic face, which had closed its eyes, suddenly opened them. A look of disbelief appeared in its eyes, and a mournful, desperate cry escaped. In that instant, its life force, like a wild horse breaking free from its reins, completely uncontrollable, surged towards the eternal night umbrella. Within a few short breaths, 1 or 2% of his life force was drained away. He was terrified and immediately wanted to resist. But thinking about the spirit awakening 3 days later, he trembled and told himself, I'll endure. Such a powerful life force surged directly into Bai Xiaochun's body through the eternal night umbrella. Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up, and his breathing became rapid. He knew the life force of this demonic face was extraordinary, but he was still somewhat pleased by its intense vitality. As the life force surged into his body, 8/10 of his immortal blood was frantically circulating, continuously devouring life force, and then rapidly spreading. Sensing the transformation of his immortal blood, Bai Xiaochun happily pursed his lips and glanced at the demonic face. This guy is actually a life force pill. I wonder if I can swallow it thinking this. Bai Xiaochun was very tempted. He thrust the eternal night umbrella a little deeper. The suction force intensified accordingly. As his life force drained away, the pain in the demon's heart grew even more intense. He discovered that a portion of his life force had been sucked away. This caused him to panic. Just as he was about to struggle, he caught Bai Xiaochun's gaze. He trembled again. This guy wants to eat me, my God. How could he have such a thought? Damn it, normally I'm the one who eats others. I'll endure. The demon was terrified, almost losing his mind. Fortunately, after thinking for a while, Bai Xiaochun still felt it was risky. Using the eternal night umbrella was safer. Only then did he reluctantly abandon the idea of eating the demon. But he didn't know that the thoughts in his heart, reflected in his gaze, had nearly caused the demon to shatter. Time passed. Very quickly, Bai Xiaochun had absorbed nearly 4/4 of the demon's life force. The demon's soul had also become unstable. At this point, he was utterly exhausted. In truth, he had wanted to rebel many times, but thinking of Bai Xiaochun's gaze earlier, he trembled and forced himself to endure. Only after 4/4 had been absorbed did Bai Xiaochun finally stop, ignoring the demon. He took the eternal night umbrella and left. After finding a place, he began to meditate and absorb. The demon finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked sadly at the world, hoping these 3 days would pass quickly. Bai Zi-kun, when I get out, I will definitely absorb your life force. I'll have to absorb it back several times. You want to eat me again? Are you even human anymore? I'll eat you. While the demonic face here was cursing and swearing in frustration, Bai Xiaochun sat cross-legged in meditation. The life force within his body surged, constantly being absorbed by his blood. His immortal blood was rapidly spreading. Gradually, from an initial 8/10, it progressed towards nearly 9/10. Very quickly, a day passed. When the next morning arrived, Bai Xiaochun's eyes, which had been tightly closed, suddenly opened. A blood-red light flashed in his eyes. In that instant, his body emitted a rumbling sound. An even more powerful aura than before suddenly emanated from him. Even the void around him twisted, seemingly unable to withstand it. The whole world trembled. A force of blood energy overflowing to its limit, like a flame in the dark night, shook the heavens and earth. 9/10. Bai Xiaochun's expression was filled with excitement. After slowly standing up, his eyes were filled with ecstatic joy. He had sensed a bit of the immortal blood realm. At this moment, although the blood in his body was red, his bones had completely turned yellow. The description of the immortal blood scroll, that it could destroy heaven and earth and make the body immortal, flashed through Bai Xiaochun's mind, causing his breathing to quicken. At the same time, he felt that not only was his body incredibly strong, but his recovery was also earth-shattering. Unless no one can kill me instantly, otherwise, all my injuries can be completely healed in the shortest time. My God, this is too powerful. Bai Xiaochun's heart pounded. He was even more eager for the 10 portions of immortal blood. 9 portions are already like this, if the immortal blood reaches its peak. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun couldn't contain his excitement. Without delay, he instantly flew out, heading straight towards the demon's dwelling. The demon-faced man, who had thought the nightmare was over, was constantly cursing and swearing. But very quickly, his expression changed drastically. He looked at Bai Xiaochun descending from the sky, at the eternal night umbrella in the other's hand, at the madness in the other's eyes, and his heart trembled. He let out a heart-wrenching scream. No, with a loud bang, as the eternal night umbrella pierced him, the demon-faced man's grief and despair turned into a desperate wail. He couldn't help but scream. The life force being drained away was incredibly overwhelming. He was powerless to resist, only able to watch helplessly as his life force was sucked away. Even his soul had become much dimmer. He could endure it the first day, but Bai Xiaochun had come again. He truly couldn't bear it any longer. Yet, time and again, he was powerless to struggle, only able to scream in agony. Bai Xiaochun, I hate you. I was wrong. Grandpa Bai, I was really wrong. No need, it hurts too much. Bai Xiaochun glared, somewhat displeased, and directly slapped the demon face on the head. Don't make a fuss, be quiet. What are you yelling about? Weren't things fine yesterday? It's just a little bit of life force. You'll get used to it, Bai Xiaochun said, continuing to absorb. The demon face cried out, but had no strength left. He could only lie there, constantly twitching, numbly feeling his life force being drained away. His sorrow was deeper than the Tangshan Sea. He regretted it once again. He regretted leaving the ghost mother, regretted not being captured by the heavenly venerate, regretted coming to find Bai Xiaochun, and even more so, regretted offering himself up. My life, why is it so miserable? That despicable Bai Xiaochun deserves 1,000 cuts. Why doesn't he have an ounce of compassion? Tears streamed down the demon face's face like a torrential downpour, almost causing him to wail. I swear on my life. I swear on my cultivation. I swear on everything I have. As long as I get out, I will definitely kill this Bai Xiaochun, torture him with 1,000 cuts, torment him for 10,000 years. While the demon face wept, he swore frantically. However, his body was in excruciating pain, as if being torn apart, yet still clinging to life. gradually causing him to lose consciousness. He didn't know when, but he had already fainted. When he woke up, Bai Xiaochun had already left, but his body looked as if it had been completely drained. The life force he had left was less than a fraction of what it once was. It's important to know that even before, the torment he suffered at Bai Xiaochun's hands only depleted a portion of his energy. But today, in just 2 short days, 8/10 of his life force was lost, leaving him utterly despondent. His soul, in particular, was teetering on the brink of collapse. Looking at his body, which resembled a battlefield trampled by countless soldiers, the demonic face wept. This kind of heartless person should have been strangled to death at birth. The demonic face trembled, inwardly screaming. But in reality, he still misunderstood Bai Xiaochun. While he was unconscious, Bai Xiaochun could have drained all his life force. But in the end, Bai Xiaochun hesitated, feeling it would be too cruel, and thus abandoned the idea. After all, I've tormented this old man for 2 years, and we've developed some friendship. Never mind, I'll just train it again after he slowly recovers. With a sigh of relief, Bai Xiaochun felt he had been too kind. Only then did he leave satisfied. He returned to his previous cross-legged position and began to cultivate the immortal blood towards perfection. After absorbing enough life force, his immortal blood continuously erupted and spread. Gradually, all the blood was completely absorbed. As the last drop of blood became immortal blood, Bai Xiaochun's entire body suddenly emitted an earth-shattering tremor. Immortal blood, 10%. Amidst a deafening explosion, his aura became heavy. His body trembled. Suddenly, an intense pain surged from head to toe. This pain came so suddenly that Bai Xiaochun's eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins. Cracking sounds emanated from his body, becoming more frequent and faster. Finally, his body began to show signs of shattering. One could even see new skin growing within these cracks, and blood rapidly flowing beneath the skin. His bones, his meridians, his entire body was undergoing this transformation, as if shedding its old skin. It seemed a new body was rapidly growing beneath him. After more than 10 breaths, the intense pain reached its limit. Bai Xiaochun let out a mournful scream. In that scream, his body shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye, until, with a loud bang, it exploded. It wasn't his entire body that exploded, but the shattered parts. As it shattered, fragments scattered in all directions across the ground. At the center of that fragment, Bai Xiaochun's body was once again revealed, translucent and sparkling like jade. But it wasn't over yet. In an instant, this new body shattered once more, withering away again. Until the second loud explosion echoed, Bai Xiaochun's body reappeared once again. Then came the third, fourth, fifth, successive transformations, successive explosions. Until after the 8th, beneath the scattered fragments of earth, Bai Xiaochun's body condensed, radiating dazzling light. His entire being glowed with a halo of light. Even with his eyes closed, he gave off an extraordinary aura, enough to leave anyone who looked at him feeling a shock. It seemed this was no ordinary mortal, but the body of a cultivator who had transcended all limits. A demigod's body. Bai Xiaochun slowly raised his head, his eyes opening to reveal the light of the sun and moon. At this moment, his entire being seemed to transform into a deity, a god descending to earth. So, I can take another step forward. A look of anticipation appeared in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. He had felt the 5th great shackles on his body, like a final mountain pressing down on him. Today, after years of cultivating the immortal scroll, I have achieved complete perfection. Bai Xiaochun raised both hands and swung them forcefully. Instantly, all the blood, all the bones, all the tendons, even the flesh and skin in his body, all vibrated at this moment. Following the vibration, waves of powerful force, causing even Bai Xiaochun himself to tremble, erupted simultaneously. This eruption surged relentlessly like a raging sea, gradually overwhelming the sky, and finally, after merging together, it seemed capable of obscuring the heavens and earth, exploding with a thunderous roar. Bai Xiaochun's voice, surpassing the thunder, suddenly echoed. The 5th shackles open, boom. The massive mountain pressing down on him was invisible, yet palpable. At this moment, under this impact, it shattered into pieces without a second thought. The explosion reverberated throughout the world of magical artifacts. Bai Xiaochun's body once again began to crumble and wither. until another tremendous sound rang out, and his body shattered for the ninth time. When he reappeared, his body within this fragmented world was perfectly flawless, even overflowing with the essence of the heavenly Tao, causing this world of magical artifacts to tremble. "What kind of aura is that?" the demonic face cried out in alarm. High in the sky, the little girl was also startled, slowly opening her eyes and looking towards Bai Xiaochun. She was somewhat astonished. Gradually, memories and complex emotions began to appear in her eyes. The immortal scroll's breakthrough even affected the outside world, causing a massive vortex to appear in the sky above the northern region. Thunder rumbled throughout the Tangshan continent. Even the two sides battling within the savage wilderness could feel the changes in the sky. Upon closer observation, they could see that in this instant cracks appeared in the sky above the swirling vortex in the northern region. It was as if the sky was about to collapse. It was as if the earth was about to split open. At this moment, countless cultivators from the savage wilderness and Tangshan were fighting, their minds shaken. Vaguely, they felt as if the world was about to shatter. This feeling caused everyone's expressions to change, filled with immense fear. What's happening? My God, how can the sky be shattering? Among the shocked cultivators were those at the core formation, nascent soul, and even celestial being levels. The monks of the reverse river sect were also there. Even the demigods on both sides of this battlefield gasped, their faces showing disbelief. Hong Chennu was also on the battlefield. At this moment, the changes in the heavens caught her off guard. Everyone in the savage wilderness reacted first, thinking that this celestial upheaval must be related to the heavenly venerate. Only a select few knew the truth of all this. Just like in the imperial city deep underground, in a desolate area, the tomb guardian sat cross-legged in meditation, his weary eyes now open. His aging was particularly evident. At this moment, his whole body exuded decay, like an oil lamp about to go out. He slowly raised his head, his dark eyes slowly concentrating a glimmer of light. Finally, the immortal scroll has been perfected. I can now understand the heavenly venerate's choice. Bai Xiaochun, I hope that in the future, you won't hate me. I must do this. This is my mission. This is the ultimate meaning of my existence. Master. Inside the netherworld void, Bai Heoming, the current generation's emperor, stood there, gazing up at the heavens from afar, murmuring softly. In the entire savage wilderness, besides the two of them, there was one other person who, in this instant, understood the reason for the celestial changes. This person was the current emperor of the underworld. Even though he was suppressed by the Grand Celestial Master, like a puppet, he was still the emperor of the underworld. After all, the royal blood flowed through his veins. At this moment, in the imperial palace of the emperor of the underworld city, he sat on the dragon throne, his body trembling violently. It was a kind of shockwave emanating from within the body. This shockwave came from the bloodline. This shockwave came from deep within the soul. The immortal emperor's immortal scroll of the Kui dynasty was shaking. Someone, after the blood ancestor, has achieved great perfection of the immortal scroll. Kui emperor took a deep breath. Initially, his eyes were filled with despair, but hope slowly appeared. In the entire savage wilderness, only the three of them could sense the reason for the drastic changes in heaven and earth. And on the Tangshan continent, at this moment on Tangshan Island, as the sky shattered, an astonishing aura erupted from the island, overwhelming the heavens. The great perfection of the immortal scroll. Inside the Tao Palace, the heavenly venerate slowly stood up, looking up at the sky and laughing loudly. But even as he laughed, tears streamed down his eyes. Yet his eyes were still filled with determination, completely undiminished. I don't want to use any tricks. This meeting was perfect. Did it really have to be this way? The tomb guardian. At the same moment, within the reverse river sect's mountain gate, the blood ancestor's body stood there, undetectable. He trembled in shock. If Bai Xiaochun were here, he would surely hear those whispering sounds, like an illusion. Yesterday's breath, exchanged for today's awakening. The entire world shook, the tremors lingering for a long time. Meanwhile, inside the artifact world, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and slowly stood up. Countless fragments of his molting lay scattered around him. As he rose, the entire artifact world trembled. It seemed as if this world was suppressing him. This wasn't the girl's will, but an instinctive suppression from this world. Heavenly human great perfection. Immortal scroll great accomplishment. Bai Xiaochun closed his eyes, feeling the boundless vitality within his body. A moment later, his closed eyes suddenly opened. A radiant expression shone in his eyes, momentarily overshadowing the world of magical artifacts. Time to go home, Bai Xiaochun murmured. Looking up, his gaze fell upon the face of the little girl in the sky, their eyes meeting. He said nothing. Everything was undeniably expressed in his eyes. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun was no longer afraid of the little girl's schemes that he didn't know about. With his formidable cultivation and astonishing physical strength, Bai Xiaochun had the confidence to face anything. Congratulations! Immortal Scroll Great Perfection! In the girl's eyes, a complex expression remained. After a long pause, she softly spoke, "I have fulfilled my promise. During your lifetime, you may use the Northern Meridian's magical artifact 3 times. If you can kill the Heavenly Venerate, from now on you will be my master." Without wasting any time, the girl's eyes suddenly burst forth with a dark light. In an instant, the entire world of magical artifacts shook violently. From the shattered ground, a massive stone gate suddenly rose from the earth. As this immense stone gate rose from the ground, the entire world of magical artifacts continuously shattered. Very quickly, everything turned into nothingness. Until within this nothingness, only an astonishing stone gate remained. From here, beyond lies the ice plains of the Northern Meridian. The little girl slowly opened her mouth. Looking at the stone door, Bai Xiaochun's aura surged slightly, his eyes filled with anticipation. He had been here too long. He didn't know what was happening outside, and he felt a little anxious. I wonder what's happening at the Reverse River sect. Now that the little girl has awakened, my cultivation has broken through. It's time to leave. In an instant, Bai Xiaochun's body rushed towards the stone door, intending to leave. The demonic face's breath became rapid, revealing his excitement. Even though he was weakened, he was extremely anxious. He had flown up from the shattered ground, now staring intently at the stone door. The desire in his heart at this moment was even more intense than the desire of a heavenly venerate to leave the Tongshan continent. However, 8 parts of his life force had been drained away, his soul weakened, preventing him from continuing to use the teleportation technique he had originally prepared. Once unleashed, it's not about escaping, but about self-destruction. Take me away. In his anxiety, the demonic face could only look towards Bai Xiaochun, pleading, "You can place another restriction on me. I can become your demon slave. Only after leaving will my cultivation be restored. You might gain another quasi-heavenly venerate demon slave." As the demonic face spoke, Bai Xiaochun's footsteps suddenly halted. He looked at the demonic face. He had considered the other party's proposal before, but had abandoned it. Even the method of enslavement still made Bai Xiaochun apprehensive. After all, once he left, without any suppressing artifacts, this demonic face's cultivation would likely quickly recover to its peak. At that point, a slight misstep could create another formidable enemy. The more he thought about it, the more Bai Xiaochun dismissed the idea and continued towards the main gate. "Bai Xiaochun, take me with you." The demonic face, impatient, immediately approached. But as soon as he flew out, a suppression from the world of magical artifacts suddenly descended. Under the gaze of the little girl, the demonic face's body seemed to be suppressed by heaven and earth, completely unable to move forward. Only able to watch helplessly as Bai Xiaochun gradually walked towards the large door and disappeared. "Bai Xiaochun!" The demonic face's voice was mournful and shrieked. "Shut up!" Bai Xiaochun frowned. He stood beside the stone door, turning his head to look at the demonic face. "I won't believe anything you say. Wait here. After I become a demigod, I will naturally release you." You. The demon face was on the verge of collapse. He had endured countless times before, all for the sake of getting out. But now, seeing this hope right before his eyes, Bai Xiaochun repeatedly ignored him. Especially the decisive tone in his voice, which drove the demon face to despair. "Bai Xiaochun deserves 1,000 cuts. I curse you." Amidst the demon face's mournful wails, Bai Xiaochun arrogantly cleared his throat. He thought to himself, only a fool would believe the demon face's words. Thinking of his breakthrough in cultivation, reaching the great perfection of the heavenly human realm and possessing a demigod body, he became even more excited. "Chen Jiaxin, I can kill you with a single slap now. And those guys from the northern lineage, including the demigods, Bai Xiaochun, I am no longer afraid of you." Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun became even more agitated. He longed to see the shocked expressions on everyone's faces when they saw him. He took a step, directly entering the stone gate. Following the resounding thunder, the entire stone gate shook. In an instant, Bai Xiaochun's body disappeared. When he reappeared, he was suddenly on the ice plain of the northern region. Warm breezes blew all around him. Although not scorching hot, the wind felt very warm on his skin. Bai Xiaochun was overjoyed, especially by the spiritual energy emanating from the Tongshan Sea. This long-awaited feeling made Bai Xiaochun very happy. But in an instant, he was slightly startled. That's not right. This must be the northern region. How come the wind isn't cold? Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, his eyes scanning the surroundings. His eyes almost popped out. The Hanman ancestor wouldn't have led me to the wrong place, would he? Is this the northern region? Bai Xiaochun stared blankly at the dense forest surrounding him. Looking around, the entire area seemed to have become an oasis. Especially on this oasis, he could occasionally see moonlit flowers. This caused Bai Xiaochun's expression to change constantly. Flowers, flowers. After a long period of confusion, Bai Xiaochun finally confirmed. The place he was standing was indeed the northern region. However, the northern region today, in these few short years, had undergone such a tremendous transformation that Bai Xiaochun felt like he was dreaming. Almost 8/10 of the northern region was devoid of ice, revealing pitch-black mud. Furthermore, countless forests covered this mud. Looking closely at the plants within the dense forest, they were all moonflower. Bai Xiaochun's forehead was slightly sweaty. He felt that his initial actions had gone a bit too far. Although he knew the moonflower was incredibly powerful, he hadn't imagined that it could completely conquer the northern region in just a few years. What surprised him even more was that the northern region had allowed the moonflower to spread without taking any action. In fact, Bai Xiaochun didn't know that it wasn't that the northern region hadn't considered ways to stop the moonflower. Rather, they truly had the will but lacked the strength. Moreover, the outbreak of war had also left the demigods and celestial beings of the northern region preoccupied with the moonflower, focusing entirely on the war in the savage wilderness. No one could have imagined that in just a few short years, these moonflower trees could expand to such a scale. By the time the people of the northern region wanted to turn back and deal with it, it was too late. Moreover, the war in the savage wilderness had reached a critical point. Demigods, even celestial beings, were unable to break free. Bai Xiaochun was shaken as he looked at these moonflower trees. He hesitated before continuing forward, until, in the distance, he saw the Nine Heavens Cloud Thunder sect, and noticed that the changes here weren't too great. The surroundings were still the ice plain. This was also the only ice plain in the entire northern region. On all sides, countless moonflower trees had surrounded the Nine Heavens Cloud Thunder sect in layers. Even the two statues of the Nine Heavens Cloud Thunder sect had melted considerably, their shapes no longer discernible, resembling to enormous ice pillars. All of this made Bai Xiaochun feel uneasy. He could imagine that to return to the Reverse River sect, this teleportation array was located in the Nine Heavens Cloud Thunder sect. Bai Xiaochun could only persevere, slowly approaching. But the closer he got, the more astonished he became. He discovered that the entire Nine Heavens Cloud Thunder sect didn't have a single celestial being. Not even a demigod was there. Even the number of cultivators here had decreased by almost 70 or 80%. Looking around, he could see that most were Foundation Establishment cultivators. There were also many Check Condensation cultivators, and their numbers were very, very small. It could be said that such a large sect looked very desolate. If that were all, it wouldn't be so bad. But the cultivators in the Nine Heavens Cloud Thunder sect were all restless. Sighs occasionally echoed. All of this made Bai Xiaochun anxious, giving him a bad premonition. Without hesitation, he instantly rushed towards the Nine Heavens Cloud Thunder sect. As he approached, the sect's protective formation suddenly appeared, attempting to stop Bai Xiaochun. At the same time, a powerful warning sound echoed throughout the sect, drawing the attention of all the cultivators. What's happening? Enemy attack! Following the formation's warning, the entire sect was thrown into panic. Although the Nine Heavens Cloud Thunder sect's protective formation was powerful, to Bai Xiaochun, under the Immortal Forbidden's technique, all formations were merely for show. He didn't stop at all, stepping directly into the nine heavens clad thunder sect's formation. When he appeared, he was already in midair. In an instant, terrified gazes from both the cloud and thunder sects fell upon Bai Xiaochun. Very quickly, someone recognized Bai Xiaochun and cried out in alarm. It's Bai Xiaochun! Heavens, how did he get here? Wasn't he supposed to have disappeared? Damn it, the demigod ancestor and the heavenly beings are on the battlefield. This Bai Xiaochun suddenly attacked. What does he want? Exclamations of astonishment, accompanied by a tremor, echoed through the nine heavens clad thunder sect, instantly causing a commotion. Bai Xiaochun's unease intensified. Seeing the chaos unfolding around him, he suddenly roared, "Silence!" His voice, surpassing even the thunder, exploded, deafening everyone in the nine heavens clad thunder sect. The chaos below instantly subsided. Tell me, why are there fewer than half of your cultivators here? Where did Yun Lazy and the demigod ancestor go? Bai Xiaochun anxiously raised his right hand, pointing at a cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, and immediately demanded. The monk pointed at Bai Xiaochun, trembled. He hurriedly bowed respectfully, not daring to conceal anything, and quickly spoke. The four great origin sects are at war with the savage wilderness. Everyone has gone to the savage wilderness battlefield. What? These words, falling into Bai Xiaochun's ears, instantly transformed into a thunderous roar. Bai Xiaochun's breathing suddenly became extremely rapid. He didn't hear the next sentence. His mind was filled with the other party's words. The savage wilderness and the Tongshan sect are at war. For others, this war, which had been going on for years, was commonplace. But for Bai Xiaochun, this was the first time he had heard of it. His mind was instantly unsettled. He thought of his disciple Bai Hao, the giant Dose King, and Hongchen knew. He didn't waste any more time in the northern region. In an instant, he rushed straight to the teleportation array of the Nine Heavens Clad Thunder sect. Given his reputation in the Nine Heavens Clad Thunder sect, a single word from him instantly sent the disciples of the Nine Heavens Clad Thunder sect as if they were seeing off a plague. They all exerted their strength to activate the formation. As the formation activated and Bai Xiaochun's figure disappeared within its light, the surrounding disciples of the Nine Heavens Clad Thunder sect breathed a sigh of relief. The Origin sect's teleportation formation could extend across the entire Tongshan Sea, connecting the four major Origin sects. Now, as the formation opened, when Bai Xiaochun's figure reappeared, he had unexpectedly traveled from the northern to the eastern branch, returning to the Starry Sky Dao Extreme Sect. The Starry Sky Dao Extreme Sect's teleportation formation was built on a blue rainbow. At this moment, the formation suddenly trembled. A sudden burst of light descended, causing the disciples of the Starry Sky Dao Extreme Sect to be shaken and look back. They saw a blurry figure appearing inside the teleportation formation. Su Baozi was among the group. Based on his cultivation level, he should have been participating in the battle. However, due to a serious injury, he had returned to rest and recuperate. According to military orders, he knew that after some time, some people, including himself, would have to return to the battlefield. But he was utterly exhausted. Over the past few years, he had witnessed too many deaths on the battlefield. The fear in his heart had dissipated, replaced by overwhelming fatigue. His injuries were extremely serious. Previously, if the opponent hadn't recognized him as a member of the Reverse River sect and held back some of their power, he would have likely died on the battlefield. Even with the reduced power, Su Baozi was still severely wounded, his cultivation shattered, and he had fallen to the foundation establishment stage. Even though he had recovered somewhat, Su Baozi understood that he would never be able to advance further in his cultivation for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, a look of sorrow appeared in Su Baozi's heart. He didn't know how long this war would last. The war was fierce. In just a few short years, both the barbarian wilderness and the Tongshan continent had suffered extremely heavy casualties. He also realized that he might not have the chance to return to the eastern region again. Perhaps the next time he left the battlefield, that place would be his burial ground. At this moment, the teleportation array lit up, also attracting his attention. But he didn't pay too much attention, only glancing at it before averting his gaze. But before anyone could clearly see the figure that had just appeared, a powerful divine consciousness, as if pressing down from the heavens, directly erupted from the teleportation array. Like a whirlwind sweeping towards the Starry Sky Dao Extreme Sect. Wherever it passed, the entire area of the starry sky Tao extreme sect was instantly enveloped, leaving no room for concealment. Everything was covered by this divine consciousness. This powerful divine consciousness immediately caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Su Baozi also took a sharp breath. He had encountered similar divine consciousness on the battlefield. In his opinion, only a demigod ancestor who had surpassed the heavenly human realm could create such a storm. A demigod returning. Before Su Baozi could react, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. Su Baozi. Huh? Su Baozi was startled. While his mind was still blank, the void beside him suddenly twisted. Bai Zikun's figure stepped out. When he stood before Su Baozi stared blankly at Bai Zikun, unable to react. It wasn't until Bai Zikun frowned and raised his right hand that he was able to strike. A momentarily powerful and gentle force surged into Su Baozi's body. Cracking sounds echoed, ultimately healing all of Su Baozi's injuries. He felt warmth and a surge of cultivation power within him, and the despair he felt from his injuries vanished in an instant. His cultivation even rapidly increased, threatening to return to the golden core stage once more. All of this caused Su Baozi's expression to change drastically, and he cried out in alarm. Bai Zikun, young ancestor. For everyone in the Reverse River sect, the last news of Bai Zikun was that he and Dueling DEFIED remained in the northern region. Since then, there had been no further news of Bai Zikun. Until the war broke out, with numerous battles between the Savage Wilderness and the Tongshan sect. Both sides suffered extremely heavy casualties. This left everyone in the Reverse River sect with no energy to think about anything else. Every day, all they had to think about was fighting. Su Baozi felt the same way. Occasionally, he would still think of that exceptionally brilliant young master, thinking about the two of them in the kitchen and the slight conflict they had. It seemed he had even issued a challenge to Bai Zikun. Fate is truly unpredictable. This made Su Baozi feel a pang of sadness every time he recalled the past. Especially after his serious injuries, this feeling intensified. But all that sadness paled in comparison to the shock he felt at that moment. On one hand, his injuries had healed in an instant. On the other hand, Bai Zikun, who had disappeared, had suddenly reappeared before him. Especially at this moment, Bai Xiaochun's body was overflowing with cultivation fluctuations, causing Su Baozi's mind to be violently shaken. In his memory, these fluctuations were even more intense than before. When Bai Xiaochun returned as a celestial being, he couldn't recognize Bai Xiaochun's current cultivation level. He only knew that this profound feeling was something he had only seen in a demigod on the battlefield. Young ancestor, you, Su Baozi stammered, his mind blank. What exactly happened these past few years? Where are the people of the Reverse River sect? Where are they? How are they? Bai Xiaochun was worried. At this moment, he didn't have time for pleasantries, immediately asking. Seeing the blood vessels slowly appearing in Bai Xiaochun's eyes, Su Baozi took a deep breath, trying to calm his mind. He also understood that now was not the time for small talk. He quickly stood up and hurriedly spoke. Without a leader, the barbarians and the Heavenly Emperor waged war. When it came to gathering intelligence, Su Baozi always surpassed ordinary people. Especially in this war, he himself had participated. Therefore, he understood the entire situation of the war very well. From his mouth, more than half of the events that occurred during the war, which Bai Xiaochun had spent in the world of magical artifacts for several years, were all recounted. Bai Xiaochun listened for a while, his emotions becoming even more turbulent. He knew that not long after he entered the world of magical artifacts, the Heavenly Venerate ordered the four great origin sects of Tongshan, along with all the sects under his command, to wage war against the Savage Wilderness. He also knew that this war was extremely brutal. The Savage Wilderness was gradually losing ground. The battlefield was constantly shrinking. Currently, 4 or 5 parts of the area had been completely lost. At the same time, the Heavenly Venerable also intensified his suppression of the barbarian wasteland, mobilizing nearly 70 to 80% of the cultivators from all the sects on the Tongshan continent to participate in this war. It can be said that this was unprecedented and unparalleled. He also knew that, just half a year ago, this war had already surpassed its critical point. It seemed the Heavenly Venerable's patience had run out, and he no longer wanted to wait. The Heavenly Venerable spared no expense, even sacrificing lives, to order a decisive all-out offensive. Under this command, the four great origin sects attacked simultaneously from four directions, fighting to the death against the barbarians. Within these 6 months, countless casualties had occurred on both sides, corpses scattered everywhere. In Su Baokai's words, the barbarian lands were now almost stained with blood. Today, the number of lost souls in the heavens and earth was beyond imagination. It seemed as if reincarnation had collapsed. Souls could no longer enter the river of the underworld, only roaming the battlefield, a sight to behold. At the same time, the deaths of celestial beings were no longer rare. Since the war began, 9 celestial being powerhouses from the 4 great origin sects had perished. On the barbarian wilderness side, out of 10 great heavenly masters, 6 had been annihilated. Not to mention the nascent soul cultivators and heavenly marquises of the barbarian wilderness. Their deaths, even on this battlefield, caused no significant commotion. They were swept away by the raging flood of war. The 4 great heavenly kings of the barbarian wilderness and the ancestors of the 4 origin sects had been killed countless times. Both sides suffered casualties. In one particularly serious incident, a demigod almost fell. It's conceivable that if this war continues, sooner or later a demigod will fall. Moreover, it's unlikely to be just one person. I fear that. After this battle, both the barbarian wilderness and the heavenly realm will suffer extremely serious losses. Su Baokai spoke bitterly, quickly revealing everything he knew. We don't want to fight, we really don't. It's not just us. I've heard that many other sects, even disciples of the Yuan-To sect, don't want to continue, but it's all useless. The power to cease hostilities lies in the hands of the heavenly venerate. If he wants to fight, we can only obey. The Nis sect also couldn't avoid it, having to fight alongside the Shinkong Daoji sect for several years. The opponent of the Shinkong Daoji sect is the Giant Ghost Legion under the Giant Ghost King, one of the 4 great heavenly kings of the savage wilderness. Hearing this, Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled. The thing he least wanted to face had finally happened. Between the Giant Ghost King and the Nis sect, he didn't want to see either side harmed. This is similar to the Bloodstream sect and the Spirit Stream sect before. Fortunately, Hong Chen Nu, who commands the Giant Ghost Legion, has shown leniency towards the Reverse River sect many times for some unknown reason. Otherwise, I'm afraid the Reverse River sect would now be reduced to less than 3/10 of its original strength. Because of this, the Reverse River sect has been questioned by many people of the Starry Sky Dao Extreme sect. Therefore, several heavenly human ancestors of the Starry Sky Dao Extreme sect could order our Reverse River sect to be the vanguard. At this point, the resentment and madness in Su Baokai's heart couldn't be contained and burst out. Young ancestor, 3 days ago we received intelligence. The Starry Sky Dao Extreme Sect's army is currently engaged in a final decisive battle with the Giant Ghost Legion outside Giant Ghost City. What should we do now? Hearing Su Baokai's shouts, Bai Zikun's heart trembled, feeling endless bitterness. Outsiders don't know why Hong Chen Nu has shown leniency towards the Reverse River sect. But Bai Xiaochun understood the reason clearly. He was moved. At the same time, the Starry Sky Dao Extreme sect's actions in allowing the Reverse River sect to lead the vanguard filled him with boundless anger. But he knew that he had to calm down now. The Reverse River sect is my home. I cannot let the Reverse River sect be harmed. The Giant Ghost King and I have a past relationship, and there's Zimai. I cannot let them be harmed either. What should I do? What should I do now? Bai Xiaochun's eyes turned red, his chest heaving violently. Su Baokai's shouts echoed in his ears, forcefully entering his mind, transforming into a raging storm within him. In Bai Xiaochun's consciousness, although he knew that the war between the savage wilderness and the Tongshan sect would inevitably break out sooner or later, its sudden arrival caught him completely off guard. Most importantly, his confinement within the artifact world had delayed him for several crucial years. Now, the decisive battle was upon him. A feeling of bewilderment and confusion welled up in Bai Xiaochun's heart. Why must there be fighting and killing? Cultivating immortality is for longevity. Why must there be a distinction between life and death? Bai Xiaochun clenched his fists, his body trembling, his eyes closed, concealing a reddish flesh within them. I was able to stop the war between the Bloodstream sect and the Spirit Stream sect back then, and now. I can also stop the war between the savage wilderness and the Tongshan sect. That's right, I have a connection with little Dudu. Furthermore, the heavenly venerable once said that if I reached the demigod realm, he would allow me to be with little Dudu. I am also Howard's master. I can definitely stop it. Everything is because the heavenly venerate wants to leave. If he wants to leave, let him go. I'll go persuade the tomb guardians. I'll talk to Howard, open the world gate, and let him go. Thousands upon thousands of thoughts flashed through Bai Xiaochun's mind. At this moment, after pondering and grasping one idea, he didn't bother to consider whether it was truly feasible. He suddenly raised his head, and with a loud bang, his body shot upwards. I want to stop this war. Bai Xiaochun roared inwardly. After soaring into the air, his speed reached its absolute limit. The void twisted, the clouds were torn apart, like lightning ripping through the sky. With a loud bang, Bai Xiaochun's figure vanished in an instant, hurtling straight towards the forbidden zone of life. He didn't have time to board a warship, nor did he have time to waste on the Tongshan Sea route. The fastest way to reach the battlefield now was to go to the forbidden zone of life, directly enter the savage wilderness, and then rush towards the giant ghost city. Bai Xiaochun was familiar with the path to the savage wilderness. At this moment, he carried intense anxiety and unease, his journey seemingly destined to break through the heavens. Amidst the rumbling sounds, he appeared outside the forbidden zone of life. Without a moment's delay, he stepped inside. Without calculating the time, Bai Xiaochun had only one thought in his mind. Faster, faster. Boom, boom, boom. Bai Xiaochun's figure pierced through the forbidden zone of life. After an unknown amount of time there, when he emerged, he directly entered the savage wilderness. As soon as he stepped into the savage wilderness, a bloodthirsty aura struck him. He looked around. This savage wilderness, already barren, was now even more desolate. The ground was a deep crimson, filled with a putrid stench. Not to mention the traces of magical techniques scattered everywhere, though not far off. As Bai Xiaochun sped through the savage wilderness, he saw more than 10 small battlefields with numerous severed limbs. This savage wilderness originally had little vegetation, but now it was even more desolate. The ground was crisscrossed with interconnected ravines. More than half of the distant mountains had collapsed. In particular, he could see an area spanning approximately 1,000 miles, where the mud and soil exuded a strong aura of death. Corpses, either from the barbarian lands or the Tongshan realm, lay scattered everywhere. Flesh-eating birds, like vultures, perched on the corpses, relentlessly pecking at the decaying flesh. Bai Xiaochun let out a shriek, startling these birds, causing them to fly up. The flocks of birds formed large groups, circling in the sky, their gray eyes filled with terror as they looked at Bai Xiaochun. Looking at these corpses, Bai Xiaochun's body trembled slightly. In his life, he had witnessed far too many such scenes. Speaking of war, he had experienced it several times. Whether it was the war between the 4 lower sects that year, or the war between the middle sects in the region, or the previous slaughter on the Great Wall, all of them had taught Bai Xiaochun the brutality of war, but none of these battlefields could compare to this moment. The entire area, spanning thousands of miles, was horrifyingly desolate. After all, in the previous wars Bai Xiaochun had experienced, most of the corpses would have been cleared from the battlefield. But now, in the war between the barbarian wilderness and the Tongshan sect, it was a life-or-death situation, and no one cared to clean up the battlefield. So many corpses had been there for who knows how long. Decay was inevitable, filling the air with not only the stench of blood, but also the foul smell of decay. Bai Xiaochun silently observed all of this. Turning around, his speed increased, and he rushed straight towards the giant ghost city. Only after he left did the flock of birds in the sky gradually calm down. They seemed unable to resist the allure of the rotting flesh on the ground, slowly descending to begin another feast. Time passed incredibly quickly. Bai Xiaochun didn't know how much time had passed. He only knew that he hadn't wasted a single moment, using all his strength to rush forward. At this speed, even other demigods would find it difficult to achieve such a level of exhaustion. Only Bai Xiaochun, after the immortal blood reached its peak, had his recovery power reach an unimaginable level, allowing him to maintain peak physical and cultivation levels at any time under such prolonged bursts of power. Amidst the resounding explosions, his speed increased even more. From afar, even from high in the sky, his figure was invisible. Only a rainbow that appeared and then instantly vanished could be seen. The further he went, the more the barbarian lands were stained red, the more battlefields he saw, and the more his heart trembled. 1,000 miles of battlefield was nothing compared to thousands, even tens of thousands of miles submerged in a sea of corpses. As he sped along, Bai Xiaochun spotted a place at that moment. He couldn't comprehend the sheer number of corpses stretching for tens of thousands of miles. What was he thinking? But Bai Xiaochun knew this was the most brutal Asura battlefield he had ever encountered on the ground. He could occasionally see deep pits, ravines, and areas that were once forests now looked as if they had been scorched by flames, becoming barren land. The lands where barbarian tribes once lived were now ruins. Their corpses were particularly conspicuous on this vast expanse. Why? Bai Xiaochun murmured. As he got closer to Giant Ghost City, the anxiety and madness in his heart intensified. Until, when he was very close to the giant demon city, Bai Xiaochun saw a golden light emanated, revealing the aura of the Tongshan Sea, like a huge dome covering the entire magnificent area within. But the center of the area was covered. Although the distance was too great for Bai Xiaochun to see clearly, based on his familiarity with the area near Giant Ghost City, he recognized at a glance that the yellow light screen covering was Giant Ghost City. Obviously, this formation light screen was intended to prevent any potential reinforcements from arriving. On the other hand, it completely surrounded Giant Ghost City, trapping the Giant Ghost Army inside. If they won, that would be fine, but if they lost, this formation would become a prison, preventing any barbarian cultivators from escaping, thus completely annihilating them. The Heavenly Venerate wanted to completely destroy the heart of the barbarians, and this formation light screen could be seen to some extent. The moment he saw the yellow light screen, more blood vessels appeared in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. His speed exploded with a roar. He was about to unleash the immortal Forbidden's technique, powerfully piercing through this formation's light screen. Suddenly, 3 enormous faces appeared on the distant yellow light screen. These 3 faces were all aged. One of them had a ferocious golden horn between his eyebrows. At this moment, the instant they appeared, they emitted a heavenly human aura that shook the 8 directions, especially the old man with the horn between his eyebrows. His cultivation level far surpassed that of the other 2 late-stage heavenly humans. His peak great perfection aura was even more terrifying than Chen Haotong's. His eyes flashed like lightning, suddenly looking towards Bai Xiaochun, who was rushing towards him. Very quickly, his pupils contracted. He clearly recognized Bai Xiaochun's cultivation as great perfection heavenly human. He could even see through the heaven and earth spiritual energy overflowing within Bai Xiaochun's body. Not the heavenly emperor of this savage wilderness, but among the great perfection of the 4 heavenly meridians, there isn't anyone like this. The old man whispered, his sharp eyes calmly opening his mouth. The newcomer, stop, I am Yang Chen, a celestial human bodyguard from Tongshan Island, acting on the orders of the Heavenly Venerable to set up the life extinction formation. No matter which sect you belong to, you must leave immediately. Anyone who violates this will be killed. This old man, along with 2 other late-stage celestial humans, did not belong to any of the 4 major sects, but came from Tongshan Island, serving as bodyguards under the Heavenly Venerable, far surpassing mere guards. Bodyguards like these were selected by the Heavenly Venerable from across the entire Tongshan region, then trained in secret techniques to achieve celestial human status. The exact number was unknown even to the half-god ancestors of the 4 major sects. It could be said that, besides himself, the Heavenly Venerable possessed another force capable of threatening the 4 major sects. Rumors even say that above the bodyguards, there are divine guards. This time, during the war between Tongshan and the savage wilderness, the guards and bodyguards of Tongshan Island were all mobilized. They didn't participate in the war itself. On one hand, they were responsible for eliminating the remaining enemies, and on the other hand, they acted as supervisors, setting up the ultimate annihilation formation to complete the final wipeout. In their hearts, only the Heavenly Venerate mattered. As for the other 4 branches, except for the demigods, they didn't pay any attention to the others. The heavenly beings in the 4 branches were like Bai Xiaochun before him. Normally, they could directly scold them. If it were another time, Bai Xiaochun might have politely explained a little. But now, he was worried. Ever since learning that the Giant Ghost King, the Reverse River sect, and the eastern branch of Tongshan had launched a war, he hadn't wasted any time rushing there. At this moment, his anxiety was at its peak. Seeing that he was about to reach the battlefield, but someone was blocking his way, he didn't have time to say anything more. His speed not only didn't decrease, but actually increased. With a resounding explosion, his entire body transformed into a terrifying, earth-shattering crossbow bolt, suddenly hurtling towards the golden light screen. "You don't know your place." The old man with the horn on his forehead showed contempt in his eyes. Although Bai Xiaochun was displaying the cultivation of a great perfection heavenly human, he still snorted coldly. "Kill this man!" As soon as he said this, the two other late-stage heavenly human guards from Tongshan Island on the formation's light screen immediately sneered. Their faces contorted, and they instantly transformed into two figures, flying directly out of the formation. As they flew out, golden formation light surged from their bodies, and the formation within them was further enhanced. This formation's light barrier possessed astonishing power, condensing upon the two individuals, instantly boosting their combat power significantly, bringing them very close to the peak of the heavenly human realm. Evidently, the increased power from the formation was the reason the one-horned old man and his two late-stage heavenly human bodyguards were so arrogant. Charging into the life-slaying formation, "No matter who you are, you have violated the laws of the heavenly venerate. Accept your death." At this moment, the voices of the two late-stage heavenly human bodyguards boomed like thunder, cold and arrogant. In an instant, they suddenly flew out. Seeing that they were about to reach him, they formed hand seals. Behind each of them, a gigantic golden scorpion materialized, radiating ferocity and killing intent, charging straight towards Bai Xiaochun. "Get out of my way!" Bai Xiaochun's speed didn't decrease. In the blink of an eye, as the two approached, he suddenly let out a low roar that shook the heavens and earth. This low roar directly shook the sky, forming an unimaginably ferocious wind like a mountain-moving, sea-filling force, directly sweeping towards the two. These two late-stage, heavenly human bodyguards didn't even have time to get close to Bai Xiaochun before they were directly impacted by his roaring sound waves. Their entire bodies trembled violently, and blood gushed out uncontrollably. It was as if a massive mountain had directly slammed into them. The golden scorpion that had materialized behind them instantly exploded, leaving them unable to resist. Even a slight sensation caused their minds to be shaken, their bodies aching as if being torn apart, broken, and crushed, directly shattering them. He's not a celestial being." The arrogant expressions of these two late-stage celestial being bodyguards suddenly changed drastically. Their eyes almost popped out. In an instant, boundless terror surged through their minds. In that split second, their heads were shaken to their core. This sound wave contained Bai Xiaochun's cultivation and combat power. As it echoed, it seemed to materialize, causing the void before him to collapse and crumble. The thunderous explosion revealed a destructive force, emitting an earth-shattering wail, enough to sweep away all heavenly beings. It could be said, the strongest heavenly being. These two late-stage heavenly being bodyguards could only let out a cry of astonishment. Even before their cries were fully uttered, their bodies instinctively recoiled, only to be immediately struck by Bai Xiaochun's roar. There was no way to resist. This was not a force they could withstand. There was no way to evade. The explosions came from all directions, forming a destructive force beyond their imagination, threatening their lives. Boom! A deafening roar erupted. These two late-stage heavenly human guards trembled, blood gushing out uncontrollably, their expressions filled with unimaginable terror and despair. Their bodies didn't even have time to retreat before they were instantly blown apart amidst the screams. Their bodies were completely unable to withstand the blast, turning to dust. Even their souls couldn't escape, trapped within their bodies, dissolving into dust along with them. All of this happened too quickly. Almost in the blink of an eye, these two guards, who had been so arrogant just moments before, were instantly annihilated. This scene caused the one-horned old man within the light screen to show an expression of utter disbelief. His entire body trembled violently. His panic was even more intense and frenzied than that of the two dead men. His cries were equally unimaginable, a desperate scream. You're not a celestial being." The one-horned old man's heart trembled violently. He immediately realized that this person absolutely couldn't be a celestial being. This person could only have killed two late-stage celestial beings with just a roar. Only a demigod. Without the slightest hesitation, the one-horned old man was almost scared to death, hastily retreating, wanting to escape. But his speed was simply too slow in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. However, Bai Xiaochun had no time to pay attention to the one-horned old man. His only thought now was to enter the battlefield as quickly as possible. Bai Xiaochun's speed surpassed everything, as if piercing through the void, directly plunging into the life and death formation within the golden light screen. Seeing Bai Xiaochun finally enter the formation, the one-horned old man, whose heart had been trembling, recoiled in overwhelming fear. A sudden feeling of hope arose in his heart. He actually jumped in this formation. Even a demigod would be suppressed within a short time. He's practically walking into his own death. The one-horned old man's heart trembled. He finally stopped retreating, and a murderous glint appeared in his eyes. After all, he was a great perfection celestial being. Among the guards of Tongshan Island, he was an outstanding individual. Normally, he was decisive and ruthless. This time, instead of retreating, he advanced, charging straight towards Bai Xiaochun, intending to stop him. But just as he got close, in an instant, Bai Xiaochun unleashed the Immortal Forbidden's formation, showing no sign of stopping, as if the formation didn't exist, and suddenly moved forward. This scene instantly caused the one-horned old man's mind to explode. His expression changed drastically. At the same time, his fear and terror were countless times more intense than before. With his mind constantly erupting, he wanted to retreat once more. But it was too late. Bai Xiaochun's speed was too fast. Under the Immortal Forbidden's technique, the mountain-shattering charge was instinctively unleashed. Bai Xiaochun charged straight forward. Almost in an instant, he appeared in front of the one-horned old man who wanted to stop him, colliding with him. A loud bang. The one-horned old man felt as if countless mountains had fallen from the sky upon him. He let out a mournful scream, and his body directly exploded and shattered. His soul, filled with boundless fear, wanted to escape, but he was completely unable to. Under Bai Xiaochun's extreme speed, an astonishing gravitational pull seemed to form around his body. Before the one-horned old man's soul could escape, it was engulfed by the sonic blast from Bai Xiaochun. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun was incredibly powerful. After entering this formation, Bai Xiaochun didn't even glance at the one-horned old man. The old man had deliberately walked into his own death, repeatedly blocking his path, trying to kill Bai Xiaochun. It was simply that Bai Xiaochun's speed was too fast, and his luck was bad. Under the Immortal Forbidden's formation, the life and death formation seemed non-existent. Amidst the deafening explosions, Bai Xiaochun didn't hesitate at all, directly passing through. When he reappeared, he was suddenly 50,000 miles outside the giant ghost city. Countless screams and roars, endless mournful cries of struggle, immediately echoed in his ears. At the same time, he saw something in front of him. A battlefield that seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see. Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled. Countless cultivators from the eastern heavenly meridian, each with bloodshot eyes, were frantically slashing and killing. In the savage land, the various soul cultivators were the same, as if they had already gambled everything. They faced a war where it was either you die or I die. They no longer cared. Even if it meant death, they would self-destruct before dying, trying to drag their enemies down to the underworld with them. Explosions erupted incessantly, shaking everyone on the battlefield. Their ears had lost their hearing. This was nothing to them, because killing didn't require ears. From here to Giant Ghost City was about 5,000 miles. The entire battlefield could be considered 100,000 miles in radius. Within this area, a war unlike anything Bai Xiaochun had ever witnessed in his life was raging, and he didn't know how long it had been going on. Screams, wails, and maniacal laughter intertwined, forming a death symphony that seemed to withdraw its will from the heavens and earth, leaving only silence. Everywhere on the ground lay the corpses, bones, and skeletons of women. It was difficult to find a single intact body. In this frenzy of slaughter, under the arrows, all that could be seen was a dark red expanse. Everywhere on the ground, hundreds of thousands of cultivators, even more, were frantically employing every method they could find to kill. This place resembled a gigantic meat grinder, relentlessly devouring everything. There was no formation, no command. All that could be seen was the primal instinct, like a frenzied beast. On a battlefield of this magnitude, what could a nascent soul cultivator possibly accomplish? A golden core cultivator would be annihilated in an instant. and there were countless war chariots and war treasures, though many were shattered. Yet, a considerable number still emanated destructive power, slaughtering everything in their path. The battlefield in the sky was equally terrifying. High in the air, a battle between demigods, exceeding all expectations, was underway. The colossal body of the giant ghost king was covered in wounds. A long spear, having pierced his body, was emitting a black light, transforming into 9 black dragons that continuously coiled within him. Each time, the giant ghost king let out a mournful roar. Despite his severe injuries, he fiercely and relentlessly fought the demigod ancestor of the Starry Sky Dao Extreme Sect, locked in a life-or-death battle. The demigod ancestor of the Starry Sky Dao Extreme Sect had also reached his limit. His chest was caved in, and one arm had disappeared. His entire body exuded a gloomy aura of death. Yet, the killing intent in his eyes remained overwhelming. Each time they attacked, the heavens and earth changed color, causing cracks to appear in the sky. Their attacks transformed into waves of energy, becoming storms that swept across the world in all directions. Below the demigod battlefield, in the sky above, the celestial beings of Giant Ghost City and the Eastern Heavenly Realm were engaged in a life-or-death battle. Thunders, surpassing even the sound of lightning, erupted continuously within this world. Unexpectedly, Hong Chen Nu, the Lingxi ancestor of the Reverse River sect, Baizentia, Chen Ziotia, and Tongzi were all among them. But the Ironblood sect's heavenly ancestor wasn't here. Nor was the Netherworld Lord of Giant Ghost City, as remembered by Bai Xiaochun. At this moment, there were 3 heavenly beings on the Tongshan side. On the Savage Wilderness side, besides Hong Chen Nu, there was one more. Bai Xiaochun recognized this person. It was one of the heavenly lords of Kuwan City. The battle between the 6 had reached a life-or-death moment. Evidently, the life and death formation within the Great Array had been cut off. Everyone here was engrossed in the intense battle, completely unaware. At the instant Bai Xiaochun arrived, the explosion suddenly erupted even more violently. It was that heavenly lord, laughing tragically before death, finally self-destructing, creating a destructive force. Tongzi couldn't dodge in time and was directly engulfed. After the massive explosion, death wasn't just his, it was also Tongzi of the Starry Sky Dao Extreme Sect. Their souls were scattered, they perished together. Almost instantly after the 2 died, Hong Chen Nu also spat out a mouthful of blood. Under the combined attack of Chen Ziotia and Bai Zhentia, she was already severely injured, her wounds too deep. With a mournful laugh, she quickly retreated. Chen Ziotia gasped for breath, then suddenly roared, "Han Zong, if you continue to not unleash your full power, after this battle, I will wipe out your entire Ni sect." Having said that, he and Bai Zhentia rushed after Hong Chen Nu. His eyes revealed a terrifying killing intent. Clearly, he was in a position to kill the daughter of the Giant Ghost King, the commander of the Giant Ghost Legion. Killing her can distract the Giant Ghost King and give the ancestor a decisive blow. Seeing Chen Ziotia and Bai Zhentia quickly fleeing, Ancestor Lingxi felt bitter. He knew that since the start of the war, the Reverse River sect had suffered the fewest casualties. All of this was due to Hong Chen Nu's leniency. He originally didn't want to attack Hong Chen Nu here. But since he was in Tongshan, he couldn't do as he pleased. At this moment, he sighed and took a step forward. But just as the 3 of them approached simultaneously, Hong Chen Nu, amidst a mournful laugh, revealed a cold glint in her eyes, as if about to unleash some kind of divine technique at an extremely high price. But at this moment, a roar from the distance, as if capable of tearing through the void, boomed. "Stop!" Following the sound, another rainbow directly opened up the void, carrying an unparalleled, earth-shattering aura. In an instant, closer. The person was close. The sound exploded. The sound alone instantly shocked Chen Xiaoshen's ears, his mind feeling as if it were about to shatter. In that instant, blood gushed from his 7 orifices. In his panic, he couldn't even react. His head was violently shaken, as if struck by a sledgehammer. Bai Zhengshan beside him was also in a terrible state. Under the resounding voice, he was shaken. His internal organs felt like they were about to shatter, and he directly spat out a large amount of blood. It seemed that under this furious roar, his soul was about to be directly destroyed into pieces. Only the Lingxi ancestor remained unharmed. But now, his heart was greatly shaken. The familiar sound entering his ears caused his breathing to become rapid. There was disbelief in his eyes. He wanted to turn his head to look back, but when he looked, he only saw that the other side was moving too fast, causing the void to twist and the heavens and earth to become blurry. Bai Xiaochun transformed into a rainbow, moving at an incredibly fast speed, seemingly wanting to tear apart heaven and earth. He also exuded an unparalleled aura, shaking the heavens and earth, even causing the battlefield to tremble. In an instant, as Chen Zhaoxin and Bai Jingshan were about to surround and attack Hong Chennu from a distance, he resembled an incredibly sharp arrow, cutting through everything in its path, flashing forward in the blink of an eye. The moment he appeared, he was unexpectedly beside Hong Chennu. As Hong Chennu's body trembled, Bai Xiaochun extended his right hand to embrace her. Standing still, he raised his left hand and with lightning speed, directly pointed it towards Chen Zietian and Bai Zhengtia from a distance. This wasn't his full power, but the moment he struck, the heavens and earth changed color, and winds and clouds swirled. A battle force surpassing the heavenly human cultivation level erupted at this moment, overwhelming everything. The rumbling sounds instantly spread throughout the battlefield, causing the warriors on both sides fighting on the ground to feel deafened and terrified. A mournful, desperate cry suddenly erupted from the mouths of Chen Zietian and Bai Zhengtia. Chen Zhaoxin frantically spat out fresh blood. He felt an unimaginably powerful force directly strike his body. That immense force ultimately shook him, turning him into a water-filled bag. And the water in this bag was the fresh blood in his body. Under this severe blow, his body felt like it was about to explode. The fresh blood in his body, under this immense pressure, directly burst out from countless blood vessels throughout his body. From his 7 orifices, from his pores, from the hair follicles all over his body, it gushed out continuously. And under the impact of this single finger, his body was directly thrown backward. At the same time, fresh blood gushed out. Cracking sounds emanated from his entire body from head to toe. All the bones in his body, under this punch from Bai Xiaochun, the fresh blood inside his body seemed unable to withstand it, and finally began to shatter. Every inch shattered. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zhaoxin hastily retreated. His entire skeletal structure was reduced to fragments. He couldn't even support his own body weight, feeling like he was about to become a pile of minced flesh. And it wasn't over yet. His blood and shattered bones couldn't neutralize the power of Bai Xiaochun's single strike. Under the deafening explosion and agonizing screams, his body, devoid of blood and flesh, was torn apart and finally exploded. Only his primordial spirit remained, escaping amidst a mournful, desperate cry. His primordial spirit trembled violently. At this moment, suspended in midair, it was filled with extreme panic and terror, letting out a piercing scream. "You, Bai Xiaochun, you, demigod." His words were incoherent. This single strike from Bai Xiaochun had truly shaken his soul to its limit. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He wasn't the only one severely injured. Bai Jingshan was also in serious trouble. At this moment, Bai Jingshan was spitting out fresh blood. Cracking sounds emanated from his entire body. As he continuously retreated, all his defensive methods and magical artifacts were completely useless. There was simply no way to withstand the power of Bai Xiaochun's single strike. With a loud explosion, half of his body directly exploded. As blood spurted out, his face turned pale, and he quickly retreated. In the end, his body, unlike Chen Zhaoxin's, didn't completely shatter. It's important to know that the body of a celestial being, although as long as the primordial spirit wasn't destroyed, wouldn't fall, the body was still crucial. After their loss, their combat power was severely diminished. Reconstructing their bodies would come at an enormous cost, and it would be extremely difficult to completely integrate them with their primordial spirits. This would cause them to remain weak and low level for a very long time. Bai Xiaochun. Bai Jingshan's body trembled, his eyes filled with disbelief as he cried out in shock. All of this happened in an instant. After Bai Xiaochun arrived, and after a single finger strike, the entire process took only a few breaths, yet it was as if the universe had been reversed, shaking all living beings in the heavens and earth. And all of this was after he had shown restraint. Although Bai Xiaochun was extremely angry, he understood that his purpose in coming here was not to kill, but to prevent the war between Lingxi and Zhuexi, just as he had done years ago. He wanted to stop the war between the barbarian wasteland and the heavenly realm. That's why Bai Ziqie and Chen Ziyejie weren't annihilated by Bai Zikun's single strike. Su Baokai's words related to Chen Ziyetian's actions fueled Bai Zikun's deep hatred. Although he didn't completely kill him, he still increased his cultivation on Chen Ziyejie, causing Chen Ziyetian's body to completely disintegrate. Zikun. In midair, Ancestor Ling Shi stared blankly at everything. A great wave of emotion surged within him. Bai Zikun had been missing for years, with no news whatsoever. Ancestor Ling Shi didn't say anything, but he had always longed for him. However, Bai Zikun's sudden appearance caught him completely off guard. What shocked him even more was the combat power Bai Zikun displayed at this moment. A demigod. Lingxi Ancestor's throat bobbed. He was also a celestial being, and he knew the strength of Chen Zhuoxian and Bai Zhengshan. To casually strike with a single finger and inflict such serious injuries on these two. This kind of combat power. Lingxi Ancestor couldn't connect him to a celestial being. Only a demigod. But this was truly unimaginable. It was too terrifying to hear. No matter how much confidence Lingxi Ancestor had in Bai Xiaochun, no matter how much he hoped, he couldn't imagine what kind of creation the other party possessed. A few years ago, he was still an early celestial being. A few years later, unexpectedly, he reached the demigod level. At this moment, Han Chennu, who was being held by Bai Xiaochun, was also shocked. She looked at Bai Xiaochun in astonishment. In her eyes, there was weariness, a little bewilderment, as if she couldn't believe everything she had seen was real. I've returned. Bai Xiaochun looked at Han Chennu, his eyes filled with complex emotions, and spoke softly. Hearing Bai Xiaochun's words and feeling the warmth emanating from him, Han Chennu's face gradually broke into a smile, and her whole body instantly relaxed. As she relaxed, the pressure of the past few years of war erupted within her, creating an overwhelming exhaustion that caused her to slowly close her eyes and fall unconscious. Seeing Han Chennu's exhaustion and her unconsciousness, Bai Xiaochun felt a pang in his heart. After gently laying her down, he stood up, his gaze falling upon Ancestor Ling Shi. Greetings, Ancestor. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, clasped his hands, and spoke in a low voice. Ancestor Ling Ji's breathing was still rapid. At this moment, he still couldn't believe it and couldn't imagine it. He didn't know what to say. Even now, he still found Bai Xiaochun's rapid cultivation progress unbelievable. It all felt like a dream. Ancestor, summon all fellow disciples of the Reverse River sect. This war. Our Reverse River sect will not participate. Bai Xiaochun suppressed the pressure in his heart. The battlefield atmosphere all around him made his voice even deeper. After hearing this, Ancestor Lingxi's breath stopped. A glint of determination appeared in his eyes. He knew that with his cultivation level, he couldn't let the Reverse River sect only care about itself in this war. But today, after Bai Xiaochun returned, even he couldn't see him clearly, only feeling his cultivation was incredibly profound, like the starry sky. And those two punches just now showed an astonishing display, giving him hope. Without the slightest hesitation, Ancestor Lingxi immediately spoke again, his voice imbued with cultivation power, spreading in all directions. Disciples of the Reverse River sect, all of you come to me, his voice echoed across the battlefield. Previously, even with repeated shouts, few would have responded. But despite the ongoing slaughter, Bai Xiaochun's appearance had shaken the minds of many, causing them to halt their attacks. Bai Xiaochun's words to the Lingxi ancestor caused those who heard them to become disoriented, their minds filled with all sorts of thoughts. At this moment, the hearts of the Reverse River sect disciples on the battlefield were violently shaken, and they flew out, rushing straight towards the Lingxi ancestor. Among the weary figures rushing forward were Shangguan Qianyu, Bei Hanli, Song Qiu, Shen Xuanzi, and Song Zhengwan. Compared to the others, Song Zhengwan's gaze was more complex. Her eyes repeatedly swept over the unconscious Han Chennu. Bai Xiaochun noticed Song Zhengwan's gaze. In fact, before he arrived, everyone from the Reverse River sect was within his consciousness. Like Song Zhengwan, Bai Xiaochun clearly saw that she was very well protected by Song Qiu. At this moment, although he felt a little guilty, it was not the time to explain. Very quickly, all the disciples of the Reverse River sect on the battlefield approached one by one. On their way, no one dared to step forward to stop them, allowing the Reverse River sect cultivators to gather together. Bai Xiaochun, what do you mean by that? Do you intend to betray the Tongshan world? Only Chen Zhaoshen's primordial spirit remained, and even though he trembled, he still hurriedly spoke. All of this truly terrified him. At the same time, his hatred for Bai Xiaochun was even more intense than before. Bai Zhengshan, standing beside him, also felt his aura unstable. He looked at Bai Xiaochun, the opponent's finger strike flashing in his mind. His heart trembled. A strong sense of unease spread throughout his body. Bai Xiaochun, you cannot stop this war. You will not be able to bear the consequences of betraying the heavenly venerate. Seeing Bai Xiaochun ignore him, the hatred in Chen Zhaoshen's eyes intensified. He suddenly spoke. Don't want to die anymore. Shut up. Bai Xiaochun coldly glanced at Chen Zhaoshen. His gaze caused Chen Zhaoshen's body to tremble violently. Even though hatred filled his entire body, under this gaze, he still felt a chilling shiver, not daring to speak again. At the same time, he was secretly lamenting his misfortune. He realized that he had been blinded by hatred. At this moment, he absolutely could not touch Bai Xiaochun. Ignoring Chen Zhaoshen's changing expression, Bai Xiaochun handed the crimson dust woman in his arms to Song Zhengwan. Water, please take care of Zimai for me after I finish dealing with things here. I will explain everything to you. Having said that, Bai Xiaochun raised his head and looked towards the sky. At this moment, high in the sky, the giant ghost king and the half-god ancestor of the starry sky Dao extreme sect were locked in an extremely fierce battle. Bai Xiaochun's appearance caught their attention, but they were too preoccupied to pay attention to him. Whether it was the giant ghost king or the half-god of the starry sky sect, even a slight distraction at this moment would inevitably lead to a huge price. Bai Xiaochun had clues on how to stop this war, but he lacked certainty. Whether it was the heavenly venerate or the tomb guardian, Bai Xiaochun could only try to reason with them. But no matter what, the reverse river sect absolutely cannot participate in this war. At the same time, this battlefield cannot be stayed on any longer. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and suddenly spoke. Everyone, stop fighting. This single sentence, uttered from his mouth, was like 1,000 thunderbolts exploding simultaneously, creating a deafening roar that shook the heavens and earth, surging outwards in all directions, enveloping the entire battlefield, creating endless echoes, layer upon layer, like the screams and roars of countless beings, earth-shattering. Stop fighting! Stop fighting! Stop fighting! This voice was incredibly powerful. Countless cultivators on both sides of the battlefield felt their minds explode, directly struck by Bai Xiaochun's voice, and were shaken. It seemed that this voice contained an unparalleled will surpassing even the might of heaven, causing them to instinctively obey. They all stopped fighting. Gradually, a series of deep breaths echoed from the battlefield. Stopping the war between the two sides for a while, Bai Xiaochun's heart was racing. Because he understood that the most crucial thing wasn't the battlefield scattered across the ground, nor the battle between heaven and man. It was the battle between demigods in the heavens. He regained his composure, suppressing the anxiety in his heart, and directed his voice towards the sky even louder than before. Giant ghost elder brother, starry sky ancestor, listen to me. Stop the slaughter. This voice was like a raging storm, carrying the entire sky, forming a tempest that echoed into the ears of the giant ghost king and the starry sky demigod. They had already sensed that Bai Xiaochun's arrival was extraordinary. They saw that the fighting had stopped everywhere on the ground. At this moment, they heard the willpower hidden in Bai Xiaochun's voice, causing them to gasp, their expressions changing, revealing a hint of emotion. They were locked in a fierce battle, unable to be distracted. At this moment, the giant demon king waved his hand. Black mist condensed around his colossal body, forming enormous demonic hands that lunged straight towards the starry sky demigod. The starry sky demigod raised an arm. Behind him, countless illusory stars suddenly appeared, as if carrying the entire starry sky on his back. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. As he made a hand gesture, within the starry sky behind him, stars suddenly descended, hurtling towards the giant demon king. Seeing the two still locked in a life-or-death battle in the sky, Bai Xiaochun remained silent for a while. Then, a bloodthirsty glint appeared in his eyes. A hint of madness flickered throughout his body. His aura suddenly condensed, and his body suddenly flew out. After flying out, at this moment, Bai Xiaochun's cultivation was completely unleashed, spreading out. The fluctuations of his great perfection heavenly human power immediately shook the heavens. At the same time, his physical strength also became incredibly powerful. The great perfection immortal scripture, brimming with blood and energy, merged with his cultivation, revealing that he was no longer a heavenly human, but a demigod. It could be said that at this moment, Bai Xiaochun, although not a demigod in the true sense of the word, his combat power was no different from that of a demigod. With a resounding explosion, Bai Xiaochun's entire body transformed into a rainbow, suddenly soaring from the ground. At this moment, he was like a reverse-moving meteor, hurtling straight towards the edge of the sky, straight towards the demigod battlefield. As he flew out, the expressions of the people on the ground, including the Lingxi ancestor and the people of the Ni sect, showed emotion as they looked up at the sky. In their minds, they all simultaneously recalled the scene from the battlefield of the Lingxi sect and the Bloodstream sect years ago, whereby Xiaochun had also stepped forward. This time, can he really do it? Lingxi ancestor murmured softly. This war had reached a point where everyone was exhausted. If it could end, for both Tongshan and the savage wilderness, it would be a stroke of luck. It wasn't just the cultivators of the Ni sect who thought this way. At this moment, on the entire battlefield, under Bai Xiaochun's roar, the cultivators on both sides stopped their fighting, each raising their heads to look up at the sky. Watching the figure soaring towards the heavens, his speed increased, and his aura grew stronger and stronger. Finally, his entire body seemed to burst into flames, causing waves of energy to surge across the sky, continuously spreading outwards. Bai Xiaochun's voice suddenly echoed. Cloud Thunder Ancestor Transformation. In a loud explosion, in that instant, his body, hurtling towards the edge of the sky, suddenly transformed, directly becoming about 10 meters tall. And that wasn't all. With lightning speed, he transformed again. 20 meters, 30 meters, 40 meters. Bai Xiaochun's body grew larger and larger. As his body grew, his aura also grew stronger, shaking all those who witnessed it. At the same time, his body reached 70 meters. Cloud Thunder Ancestor 8 Transformation. Bai Xiaochun's voice resounded throughout the heavens and earth. His body once again increased in size, from 70 meters to 80 meters, incredibly wild and untamed, reaching the extreme. But it continued. 90 zhang, 100 zhang, 111 zhang. It didn't end until the size reached 120 zhang, 130 zhang. Finally, as he approached the battlefield of the Giant Demon King and the Starry Sky Ancestor, his body completed the final transformation of the Cloud Thunder Human Ancestor. 11 transformations. A thunderous explosion, like the creation of heaven and earth, shook the world. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun's body reached 170 zhang, like a descending human ancestor. Each transformation of the Cloud Thunder Human Ancestor added 10 zhang to his height. Entering the first transformation meant 110 zhang. But Bai Xiaochun's eyes were transformed from the sun and moon long sky technique. Therefore, each eye gained 3 more transformations, which is 170 zhang. At this moment, all of his cultivation power erupted. In an instant, his physical strength was fully displayed, causing his entire body, from head to toe, to radiate endless blood-red light. This blood-red light seemed to envelop his body in a cloak, giving off an indescribable, eerie feeling. Moreover, at this moment, it seemed as if the entire world trembled. A force that only demigods could clearly perceive descended upon Bai Xiaochun. This was the world's acknowledgement. This was. Before this, only the Tomb Guardians, the Underworld Emperor, and the Heavenly Venerables could possess world power. The Giant Ghost King's expression changed, and the Starry Sky Ancestor's eyes showed disbelief. In the blink of an eye, as these two were still reeling from the shock, Bai Xiaochun's body, over 100 feet tall, surged forward with overwhelming momentum. But it didn't appear within their divine powers. Instead, it manifested directly between the two combatants. Stop! At this moment, Bai Xiaochun's human ancestor transformation was already ferocious. After appearing, he suddenly let out a low growl, his expression revealing a fierce look. Following the shout, his right hand suddenly rose, directly clenching into a fist, and directly punched down towards the countless stars, the divine power of the Starry Sky demigod. The deafening explosion made it impossible for anyone to hear anything else. As Bai Xiaochun's punch descended, a whirlwind arose, rushing straight towards and striking the countless stars. In the instant of the collision, Each star trembled, but under Bai Xiaochun's punch, they were all swept back. Bai Xiaochun's body trembled. After all, the opponent was a demigod. But his immortal blood's ability to recover allowed him to instantly heal all his injuries in a single breath, once again reaching his peak. Stop right there. Bai Xiaochun let out a second roar. He raised his left hand and brought down a second punch towards the countless black mist hands on the giant Ghost King's side. A storm of wind shook the heavens. Wherever the black mist hands passed, they were instantly torn apart. Not finished yet, Bai Xiaochun swung both hands forcefully. Under the regenerative power of the immortal blood, he seemed invincible. Thunder continuously erupted around him. He single-handedly separated the two great demigods. His voice, drowning out the surrounding explosions, echoed for the third time, striking the ears of the giant Ghost King and the starry sky demigod. I told you, stop, boom! The impact intensified, suddenly erupting. The giant Ghost King, already severely wounded, his expression changing. His body recoiled repeatedly. At the same time, the starry sky demigod gasped for breath and had no choice but to retreat. Such a scene caused the cultivators on both sides, scattered across the land, to hold their breath. Although they had sensed Bai Xiaochun's formidable power before, they never imagined that he could be so incredibly strong. This can't be. Chen Zhaoxin's primordial spirit trembled, his mind reeling. Previously, although he had judged Bai Xiaochun to be a demigod, he thought he was at most on the same level as the giant Ghost King or the starry sky ancestor. While a one-on-one fight might result in a draw, it was absolutely impossible for him to simultaneously withstand the divine abilities of two demigods without suffering any harm. To be able to stop two demigods from killing each other, one must possess such a level of skill. It's absolutely not something an ordinary demigod could achieve. Not to mention the incredibly brutal method Bai Xiaochun used. Bai Zhengshen also took a deep breath, his expression filled with fear. The more he understood the demigod, the more he understood the terrifying power of Bai Xiaochun at this moment. How could this be? It's only been a few years since we last met, Bai Zhengshen murmured, his mind completely muddled. A multitude of complex dots converged, turning into bitterness. Although the people of the Reverse River sect didn't understand much, Ancestor Lingxi could see it. At this moment, his heart felt like it was being overwhelmed by a tsunami. Bai Xiaochun possessed demigod combat power. This was already unbelievable to him. Now, this scene made it even harder for him to believe everything that had just happened before his eyes. However, compared to them, the most shocked were the giant Ghost King and the starry sky demigod, especially the giant Ghost King. His eyes were practically popping out. He pointed at Bai Xiaochun, his voice trembling. You little brat, how did you suddenly change and become so powerful? Although the demigod ancestor of the starry sky Dao extreme sect wasn't as familiar with Bai Xiaochun as the giant Ghost King, Bai Xiaochun was still nominally a cultivator of the starry sky Dao extreme sect. He had taken notice of Bai Xiaochun since he became a celestial being. At this moment, a considerable storm of emotion surged within him, his expression becoming serious. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes, observing carefully for a while. This Bai Xiaochun had suddenly reached a certain level, making him worthy of his attention. The opponent's cultivation speed was incredibly fast, causing a tremendous shock in his mind. This completely defied common sense. He's not a demigod. The starry sky ancestor's pupils suddenly contracted. Although he was shocked, he was indeed a demigod, and his gaze was incredibly sharp. Bai Xiaochun's combat power gave the impression of a demigod, but he didn't have a soul. This was his biggest trick. It wasn't just the starry sky ancestor who noticed. Very quickly, the giant Ghost King also saw the problem. But this discovery, far from diminishing the shock and astonishment in their hearts, instead intensified it several times over. He's not even a demigod. A great perfection heavenly human. How is that possible? I've met great perfection heavenly humans in my life, but none have been this powerful. As their emotions surged, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, stepped back a few paces, and bowed respectfully to the giant Ghost King and the starry sky ancestor. Giant Ghost brother, starry sky ancestor, let's not fight anymore. Enough people have died. This war between the savage wilderness and the heavenly realm is meaningless. Bai Xiaochun raised his head and spoke with a pained expression. As soon as his words were spoken, both the giant ghost king and the starry sky ancestor frowned. They didn't say anything immediately. After a moment, the starry sky ancestor snorted coldly, his gaze fixed on Bai Xiaojun, now sharp. By Taoist, the reverse river sect can choose not to participate in this battle. I can make the decision on this matter. You lead your reverse river sect and leave. This war, even with your demigod-level combat power, is not something you can simply stop at will. Although the starry sky ancestor's words were somewhat blunt, anyone who understood him could tell that this was already a very polite gesture. He acknowledged Bai Xiaojun's combat power. As a demigod ancestor of the eastern branch of the Tongchen sect, he had the authority to order a sect in the central region not to participate in the war. In his view, this was already giving Bai Xiaojun a fair chance. At the same time, this was also to prevent Bai Xiaojun from submitting to the barbarian wilderness. Almost simultaneously with the starry sky ancestor's words, the giant ghost king stared intently at Bai Xiaojun. Deep within his eyes, a hint of gentleness was hidden. He knew Bai Xiaojun's good intentions, and he also knew Bai Xiaojun's plans. But he acknowledged what the starry sky ancestor said. This war could not be stopped simply by Bai Xiaojun saying so. The enmity between the Tongchen and Kuwang dynasties has dragged on for too long. Xiaojun, I understand your intentions. Go, take Zimai with you. The giant ghost king said, his eyes once again becoming sharp as he looked at the starry sky ancestor. Their gazes met, and the killing intent was rekindled. Simultaneously, their words were not concealed and were transmitted to the battlefield. As their slow, rising and falling breaths echoed, the monks on both sides of the battlefield, whether unwilling or bitter, could only see more bloodshot eyes, making their killing intent even more intense at this moment. Seeing this war about to erupt again, Bai Xiaojun's aura wavered. He felt helpless, but his eyes grew even more resolute. He knew that if he couldn't even stop the fighting on this battlefield, how could he possibly convince the Heavenly Venerable and the Tomb Guardians to stop? He understood even more clearly that his position at this moment could not deviate. Once it did, he would lose the right to seek a ceasefire from the Heavenly Venerable and the Tomb Guardians. You want to start a war? Bai Xiaojun lowered his head, his voice filled with unwavering determination, slowly emanating from him. Then, if you defeat me, you can kill me however you wish. From now on, I, Bai Xiaojun, will completely disregard you. But if even I can't defeat you, as a demigod, don't even think about killing me, starry sky ancestor. Come on. If I can't convince you, I'll just have to beat you into submission. And there's also the giant ghost brother. After I've beaten the starry sky ancestor into submission, I'll come back and beat you into submission. As Bai Xiaojun spoke, he raised his head. His eyes filled with bloodshot veins. He revealed a cold smile, looking towards the two. The giant ghost king and starry sky ancestor's expressions changed. Compared to the starry sky ancestor, although the giant ghost king was somewhat displeased with Bai Xiaojun's words, he remained silent, only glaring at Bai Xiaojun. But the starry sky ancestor's eyes were fixed on Bai Xiaojun, and he slowly broke into a smile. The laughter grew louder and louder. His aura, along with the laughter, surged and erupted, becoming increasingly intense. In the end, it affected the entire sky. The sky twisted and turned. It had been daytime, but in the blink of an eye, it had turned into night. Revealed a strange expanse of starry sky. This is the Tao of the starry sky ancestor, killing his own starry sky to replace the heavens, creating an illusion, as if allowing his will to overshadow the will of this world. Bai Xiaojun, except for the Heavenly Venerate and the Tomb Guardian, no one dares to say they can defeat me. What you endured just now was merely the remaining power of my divine abilities. You can wait and see, Bai Xiaojun said indifferently. Just now, when he faced the divine abilities of the two, the regenerative ability of the immortal blood in his body made Bai Xiaojun realize that today he might be even stronger than he imagined. All right. The starry sky ancestor laughed angrily. He suddenly raised his right hand and pointed towards the starry sky. Under this single gesture, the entire starry sky flickered. Each star shone brightly, its brilliance boundless. At the same time, at this very moment, these starry skies seemed to be drawn in by a single finger from the starry sky ancestor. In an instant, countless starlight condensed. The entire sky was transforming. This bizarre scene radiated an immense aura, causing everyone on the ground to tremble. It seemed that this single finger of the demigod Starry Sky ancestor had transcended all boundaries. It showed that divine power could shake the very foundations of the world with just one person. Starry Sky Spear. The Starry Sky ancestor spoke indifferently. As his words echoed, these starlight streams suddenly flowed downwards, finally converging rapidly in the sky. As the aura grew increasingly intense, an overwhelming pressure descended, until, beneath the endless starlight, a colossal spear formed from starlight materialized in the sky. This spear was so enormous, it seemed to occupy the entire starry sky. At this moment, as the Starry Sky ancestor released his right hand, pointing it towards Bai Xiaochun, the Starry Sky spear slowly began to move. The spear had hurtled straight towards Bai Xiaochun. In an instant, a powerful sense of danger erupted in Bai Xiaochun's heart. Simultaneously, the ground trembled and countless fragments of rock flew up. All the cultivators on the ground felt a sense of dread, as if the day of reckoning had arrived. A cold glint flashed in the Starry Sky ancestor's eyes. As he suddenly spoke, the Starry Sky spear rumbled, descending from the sky and hurtling straight towards Bai Xiaochun. His aura surged, his momentum resounding, causing the surrounding void to crackle. However, the void couldn't withstand it and began to shatter. The skin on his body also caved in. Upon closer observation, one could see swirling currents of energy constantly surging. His hair fluttered gently. Only in his eyes, as the spear approached, did a blood-red light flash, like a raging fire. Bai Xiaochun, the demigod war, although you have the qualifications to participate, you have no right to stop it. The arrogant demigod of the Starry Sky spoke, his voice like thunder from the heavens, directly exploding. As he formed hand seals, the speed of the Starry Sky spear increased rapidly until it seemed to tear through the void itself. The distance between him and Bai Xiaochun grew ever closer. Even the void surrounding Bai Xiaochun couldn't withstand it, constantly shattering. Even the ground beneath his feet trembled. At this moment, the battlefield was eerily silent. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the sky. Under the watchful eyes of thousands, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. The fiery intensity in his eyes grew even sharper and more dazzling. His entire aura surged, constantly erupting. Thunder echoed everywhere. Bai Xiaochun's hair fluttered in the wind. A storm raged around him, making him look like a god of war. He looked up at the starry spear descending from the starry sky. His right hand slowly rose. Bai Xiaochun slowly opened his mouth. His voice betrayed unwavering determination. His eyes held a resolute glint. Raising his right hand completely, he clenched his fist fiercely. Then a thunderous roar, louder than a thunderclap, erupted from within him. In that instant, the crescent moon in his left eye flickered with astonishing intensity, and the sun mark in his right eye surged like a raging inferno. His Cloud Thunder ancestor body at this moment was rapidly transforming under the influence of his physical strength and cultivation, transforming into a battle force capable of changing the heavens and earth. All of this sounds lengthy, but in reality, it all happened in a flash. In that instant, the starry spear, carrying an indescribable momentum, as if wanting to carry the entire sky with it, roared towards Bai Xiaochun, drawing ever closer in a moment. It was almost right in front of Bai Xiaochun. This celestial spear was enormous, stretching for tens of thousands of feet. At this moment, its oppressive force was even more overwhelming, like a towering mountain, seemingly about to collide with Bai Xiaochun. It contained unparalleled power. One could imagine that upon impact with Bai Xiaochun, it would unleash a force capable of shattering, crushing, and annihilating everything. At this very moment, Bai Xiaochun's entire aura surged to its limit. Instead of retreating, he suddenly lunged forward, transforming into a shooting star, hurtling towards the celestial spear. A chilling voice, echoing through the heavens and earth, resounded from his mouth. Cloud Thunder human ancestor. Sun and moon shine together. As the voice emerged, a wild and ferocious power erupted within Bai Xiaochun. The sound was like a roar, like the human ancestor himself. As he flew out, images of the sun and moon materialized around him, becoming increasingly brighter. In the end, the light was almost blinding. Unexpectedly, his body collided with the starry sky's spear field. The Demon King's mind was shaken. The Starry Sky ancestor's gaze was also serious. All the cultivators on the ground seemed to hold their breath at this moment. Their eyes were all focused on the sky. A man and a spear had clashed. The explosion was unimaginably powerful. In that instant, the raging explosion erupted, deafening and ear-splitting, shaking the ground in all directions, causing the void to tremble and twist, making the entire world seem to churn. Boom! The 10,000-foot-long starry sky spear finally stopped in midair. Visible cracks appeared on it, and creaking sounds could be heard. The spear, which initially appeared incredibly powerful, ultimately seemed unable to withstand the impact from Bai Xiaochun. Within a few breaths, amidst the resounding explosion, it directly shattered into countless pieces. After shattering, the fragments transformed into countless stars that swirled outwards. Bai Xiaochun's body recoiled from the shockwave, blood gushing from the corner of his mouth. His chest caved in, and his cultivation became chaotic. Simultaneously, his body itself seemed on the verge of breaking apart. Even visible cracks appeared on his body. However, during Bai Xiaochun's retreat, a total of only 3 steps, all these injuries instantly healed. In the first step, the cracks disappeared, and his caved-in chest leveled out. In the second step, his chaotic cultivation calmed down. The physical force dissipated, and his breathing returned to normal. At the third step, he raised his head, and his entire aura erupted again. Finally, not a single hair was harmed, still at peak. A glint of light flashed in his eyes. Looking towards the starry sky ancestor, Bai Xiaochun brushed away the starlight clinging to his body from the shattered sphere and indifferently opened his mouth. Is that all? Almost instantly after Bai Xiaochun's words, gasps of astonishment and murmurs erupted from the cultivators on both sides of the ground. Not a single hair harmed, my God! This Bai Xiaochun! After directly facing the starry sky ancestor's divine power, he was able to recover in an instant. Not only were the people on the ground terrified, but the giant ghost king in the sky was also shocked. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Bai Xiaochun, his heart filled with utter astonishment. He had seen through the trick. But it was precisely because he had seen through the trick that he was even more shocked. This kind of recovery, who could possibly kill him? At this moment, the starry sky ancestor's mind was also overwhelmed by a tidal wave of emotion. His breathing became rapid, and the starlight in his eyes was extremely sharp. As a demigod, he naturally saw that Bai Xiaochun had suffered considerable injuries from confronting his starry sky spear. He wasn't surprised or shocked by the spear shattering. What terrified him was that Bai Xiaochun's seemingly serious injuries could be healed so quickly, even after retreating a few steps. In his opinion, this was simply unimaginable. This kind of recovery ability shook his mind intensely. Even deep down, he couldn't help but feel a strong sense of apprehension. His combat power is only comparable to an early-stage demigod, but his recovery power, even a heavenly venerate couldn't match it. Damn it, what kind of recovery is this? I don't believe he can unleash this kind of recovery indefinitely. He must have a limit. The starry sky ancestor narrowed his eyes, his heart filled with gravity. His entire cultivation surged, his breathing becoming rapid. At the same time, he suddenly swung his arms. An even more frenzied and intense aura than before erupted from him. Bai Xiaochun, you can withstand the starry sky spear. Then what about this move? As he spoke, the starry sky ancestor finally bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He swung his right hand. His fresh blood directly transformed into a cloud of blood mist, merging into the starry sky. Then, the stars across the sky immediately flickered simultaneously. The starlight was even brighter than before, shining down on the ground, making it look like daytime. These endless starlight scattered throughout the starry sky, then condensed once again on both sides. This time, the starry sky spear was at least 10 times more abundant than before. The oppressive aura it exuded far surpassed that of the previous spear. Everyone on the ground took a deep breath. They saw the starlight in the starry sky condense, suddenly forming a starry sky dragon about 100,000 feet in size, occupying more than half of the starry sky. Roar! This starry sky dragon suddenly roared, its eyes shining like stars, radiating an overwhelming sharpness. In an instant, with an even more powerful momentum than the previous spear, it swept up the entire starry sky, roaring as it charged towards Bai Xiaochun. Its speed was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, the starry sky dragon had descended. Bai Xiaochun raised his head, his eyes also revealing starlight. ancestor of the starry sky, all your divine abilities are useless against me." Having said that, Bai Xiaochun suddenly stepped forward. Just like before, facing the starry sky spear, his body transformed into a shooting star, hurtling straight towards the starlight dragon. As he rushed out, his right hand clenched. Instantly, a massive black hole vortex appeared in front of his right hand, rapidly spinning and sucking away all of Bai Xiaochun's cultivation and physical strength. Behind him, the enormous Emperor's shadow crown also materialized. In the blink of an eye, it appeared, its head touching the sky, its feet firmly planted on the earth, shaking the heavens. An aura that would make even the ancestor of the starry sky change color suddenly erupted from Bai Xiaochun. This aura was indescribably domineering. It was like supreme power. A punch landed on the starlight dragon. Following the punch, the towering emperor's image behind him also raised its right hand and struck. It was the immortal emperor's fist. The heavens and earth trembled, the wind and clouds shattered. This punch moved mountains and filled seas, like an immortal dragon, directly colliding with the starlight dragon, emitting a deafening explosion that reverberated throughout the entire savage wilderness. This immense sound instantly deafened all the cultivators on the ground, their heads reeling. Many couldn't withstand it and spat out blood. Meanwhile, in the sky, as Bai Xiaochun's punch descended, it directly unleashed the limits of the world, causing the world net that had appeared in the sky during the Tomb Guardian's battle with the heavenly Venerate. Beneath the world net, the starlight dragon let out a mournful roar. Even the mighty dragon felt the shock spreading throughout its body, along with a feeling of impending disintegration. But just as this starlight dragon was about to suppress its own disintegration and attack Bai Xiaochun, in an instant, Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed. All the injuries in his body caused by the countershock instantly healed. He didn't retreat, but instead took a step forward. Raising his right hand, he unleashed the most powerful immortal emperor fist he had ever used. Boom! The sounds once again shook the heavens and earth. After the immortal blood reached its peak, Bai Xiaochun felt that the limitations of the immortal emperor fist had long since disappeared. Now recovering within the immortal blood, he could almost infinitely unleash the immortal emperor fist. The third punch, the fourth punch, the fifth punch, 5 consecutive punches, carrying a frenzied and domineering force, were simply impossible for the starlight dragon to withstand. Its 100,000-foot-tall body instantly shattered with a thunderous roar. But in the instant it shattered, a self-destructing force erupted from within its body, directly engulfing Bai Xiaochun. This self-destructing force terrified even the giant ghost king. His expression changed, and he tried to stop it, but it was too late. This was the Starry Sky Ancestor's ultimate attack, originally intended for the giant ghost king. Now, seeing Bai Xiaochun in such a precarious situation, he unleashed it here. From afar, the self-destructing starlight dragon formed a massive vortex, like a huge mouth in the sky, devouring Bai Xiaochun. The destructive power within this vortex was enough to terrify even demigods. Cultivators below the demigod level, once sucked in, would be instantly annihilated. The monks of the Reverse River sect were everywhere on the ground, each one filled with anxiety. Song Jungwon's face was pale, her body trembling, almost collapsing. She seemed unable to believe everything she saw. Ancestor Lingxi's breathing also slowed, staring intently at the vortex, his heart filled with tension. But amidst everyone's attention, within the vortex high in the sky, Bai Xiaochun's calm voice suddenly rang out. "Is that all?" As his words echoed, his body suddenly appeared inside the vortex. He was now slowly walking outwards. His body was severely injured, his hair disheveled. He seemed incredibly weak. However, with each step he took, his aura grew stronger. His injuries healed rapidly, at a speed visible to the naked eye. Until Bai Xiaochun completely emerged from the vortex, he stood there unharmed, his aura still at its peak. He coldly stared at the Starry Sky Ancestor. Impossible! A thunderous roar erupted in the mind of the Starry Sky Ancestor, his astonished cry echoing in his ears. His body recoiled repeatedly, as if he simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. He could accept the failure of the Starry Sky Spear. He could accept the destruction of the Starry Sky Dragon. But he couldn't accept that Bai Xiaochun, under the destructive force of the Starry Sky Dragon's self-destruction, was still completely unaffected. It was as if this person, despite suffering such severe injuries, could still breathe and fully recover. This made the Starry Sky ancestor's scalp tingle, his heart pounding with fear. He felt utterly hopeless against this kind of enemy. He even realized for the first time that Bai Xiaochun's earlier statement about fighting until he surrendered wasn't entirely impossible. Continuing like this, all of this person's injuries could be healed in an instant. All my divine abilities are completely ineffective against him. So, he hasn't even made a move yet. Once he makes a move. Thinking of this, the Starry Sky ancestor took a deep breath, his body trembling. At the same time, the strongest apprehension he had ever shown appeared in his eyes. In his mind, he involuntarily recalled many years ago, when all the demigods on the Tongshan continent were extremely wary of a powerful expert. This person was exactly like Bai Xiaochun before him, possessing an incredibly terrifying regenerative power. That blood ancestor. The Starry Sky ancestor took another breath. He could imagine that Bai Xiaochun possessed all sorts of regenerative abilities. Not to mention being invincible, but in this world, the only people qualified to suppress him were probably the Heavenly Venerables and the Tomb Guardians. Except for these two, the other demigods basically didn't have this qualification. Even if Bai Xiaochun's combat power was considered insignificant in front of a few long-standing 100 gods, it was nothing. Perhaps even if all the demigods joined forces, they couldn't do anything to Bai Xiaochun, who could instantly recover from all injuries. If you want to kill him, you either have to break his recovery ability, or you have to do it like you did with the blood ancestor back then. Rely on the crushing force of a heavenly venerate, forcefully piercing through his immortal body and directly killing his primordial spirit. The giant ghost king on the other side was the same. At this moment, his expression changed constantly. Bai Xiaochun's recovery power exceeded all imagination. This caused waves of shock to surge in the giant ghost king's heart. The Starry Sky ancestor could be reminded of the blood ancestor. The giant ghost king, being one of the 4 great heavenly kings of the Kui dynasty, had long been thinking of the blood ancestor. Thinking of that person from many years ago, who could compete with the previous Kui emperor for the imperial throne, but went far away to the Tongshan continent, and thus fell there. The blood ancestor. Seeing the changing expressions of the Starry Sky ancestor and the giant ghost king, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, looked at the Starry Sky ancestor, and slowly opened his mouth. Are there any other divine abilities? If not, I want to take action. Yes. The Starry Sky ancestor's eyes turned crimson, and he suddenly spoke. At this moment, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Instantly, his soul flew out from the top of his head, finally soaring straight into the starry sky. In an instant, his soul merged with the entire starry sky. The starry sky he had conjured up now radiated even more dazzling starlight than before. Bai Xiaochun, this is my most powerful divine ability. I really want to see if your recovery power can withstand it. A defiant roar echoed in all directions. The entire starry sky rumbled and shook. In an instant, the fragment of starry sky conjured by the starry sky ancestor finally descended from the heavens. It was like the sky was collapsing. As the starry sky descended, from afar, this starry sky resembled a gigantic compass, hurtling straight towards Bai Xiaochun, the most powerful divine ability. Bai Xiaochun raised his head. At this moment, an extremely fierce fighting spirit surged in his eyes. Before, the starry sky ancestor had attacked twice, and he had only defended, not counterattacked. Now, he was getting impatient. His body suddenly lunged forward, straight towards the starry sky compass. After a blink of an eye, Bai Xiaochun let out a low roar. The mountain-shattering charge suddenly unfolded. Simultaneously unleashing the immortal Forbidden's technique, his speed instantly broke through a certain limit, directly striking the area above this starry sky. With a loud bang, the entire starry sky trembled. At the same time, countless spiritual forces descended upon Bai Xiaochun, causing his entire body to instantly shake, as if about to shatter. But after only a breath, the immortal blood restored him, leaving Bai Xiaochun in his peak state, just like before. He didn't stop. After approaching the starry sky, he unleashed the immortal Emperor Fist. 1 punch didn't break it, then 10 punches. 10 punches didn't break it, then 100, 1,000, 10,000 punches. Break for me. With a low roar from Bai Xiaochun, earth-shattering punches rained down. The starry sky trembled, becoming even more violent. The starry sky ancestor, immersed in the tremors, felt his soul become unstable. Under the shock, he was extremely uncomfortable, but he gritted his teeth and endured, relying on his cultivation to manipulate the starry sky, causing it to unleash annihilation force. Repeatedly striking Bai Xiaochun, each blow could inflict severe damage on a demigod. For Bai Xiaochun, as long as he had the immortal blood to restore him, he was fearless. He suffered severe injuries one after another, recovering instantly. His aura became even more terrifying, like an indomitable force, carrying an increasingly intense, domineering presence. Everyone on the ground was shaken. The giant ghost king stared in astonishment. The starry sky ancestor was even more terrified. A thunderous explosion, like the heavens collapsing, suddenly erupted. The starry sky ancestor's illusory creation shattered instantly, exploding into a massive hole. Amidst the countless shattered starlight, the starry sky ancestor's soul was finally shaken out. Bai Xiaochun's body shot out from within this hole. Without stopping, after rushing out, his speed increased, transforming into a blur as he charged straight ahead. Behind this starry sky, the starry sky ancestor's soul was shaken out. He didn't want to kill anyone. He only wanted to defeat the starry sky ancestor. The starry sky ancestor's face turned pale. At this moment, in his soul state, in his eyes, Bai Xiaochun, wearing the world robe, his entire body imbued with the will of the world, was approaching. In the starry sky ancestor's heart, a feeling of helplessness grew stronger and stronger, relentlessly striking at his already diminished fighting spirit. He was bitter. He was afraid of this Bai Xiaochun. Seeing Bai Xiaochun approaching, seeing Bai Xiaochun's right hand raised, he urgently opened his mouth. The starry sky ancestor was very troubled. He could see that Bai Xiaochun's combat power was still somewhat inferior to his own. While this difference wasn't enormous, it was enough that, under normal circumstances, a fight between the two would result in one being killed. However, that was under normal circumstances. Today, in the eyes of the starry sky ancestor, Bai Xiaochun was in an extraordinary state. His terrifying regenerative power was enough to negate all his injuries. Although he could counter the opponent's divine abilities and techniques, facing a relentless, mountain-moving, soup-filling onslaught was what truly gave him a headache. Fighting him is too exhausting. This guy is completely unharmed. The starry sky ancestor sighed inwardly. He could naturally predict the outcome of the battle between the two of them, given Bai Xiaochun's demeanor. At this moment, in his distress, his soul instantly returned to his body, and he casually retreated a few steps, clearly indicating that he chose to cease fighting outside the giant ghost city. Seeing the starry sky ancestor's choice, Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to look at the giant ghost king. Giant ghost brother, it's our turn next. The giant ghost king smiled bitterly, a feeling of helplessness rising in his heart. His feelings at this moment were the same as the starry sky ancestors. He looked at Bai Xiaochun as if he were a monster and quickly shook his head. Listen to me, stop fighting. The two great demigods stopped fighting, instantly affecting the battlefield below. Very quickly, cultivators on both sides retreated. After retreating, everyone's eyes turned towards the sky, filled with shock, fear, and complexity. The people of the Reverse River sect were no exception, especially the disciples of the Spirit Stream and Blood Stream lineages. At this moment, the scene from the beginning of the war between the two sects, with Bai Xiaochun alone standing up to stop it, flashed through their minds. This war, could he really stop it? The Spirit Stream ancestor shook his head dejectedly, sighing softly. Seeing the cultivators on both sides slowly separating, Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief. Hope surged in his heart again. His eyes became even more resolute. Stopping the war here is only the first step. Next, I want to find the guardian of the tomb. Bai Xiaochun thought of this and was about to turn and leave. But suddenly, at this very moment, the entire world seemed to be enveloped by an invisible force. An intense, indescribable oppressive feeling instantly descended from the heavens. Everywhere on the ground, the cultivators on both sides, who were separated, were shaken to their core and simultaneously looked up. Even the heavenly beings were affected. Even the giant ghost king and the starry sky ancestor, who had been feeling dejected, suddenly looked up. They saw that in the silent, empty space, a gigantic eye had suddenly appeared. An infinitely large eye slowly opened in the sky, and then suddenly looked towards the battlefield, towards Bai Xiaochun. As this eye opened, the oppressive feeling from before intensified, surging forth with a thunderous roar. This caused countless cultivators across the land to tremble, their bodies shaking as if an overwhelming fear had arisen from their souls. Their breathing became rapid, their minds were shaken, and for a moment their minds went blank, as if they had lost consciousness. Even the entire world seemed to stop at this moment. Everything vanished, leaving only an eye suddenly appearing in the sky, the only thing remaining. Within this eye, a cold gaze and a chilling light emanated. This gaze seemed to pierce through everything, directly striking the minds of everyone present. Even those with heavenly human cultivation couldn't escape it. Under this gaze, their bodies trembled. Even the powerful giant demon king's breathing became extremely rapid, heavenly venerable. The giant demon king suddenly retreated, his expression turning ferocious. His entire cultivation level continuously expanded, as if, under the stimulation of this gaze, he sensed an unprecedented danger and instinctively wanted to resist. The starry sky ancestor's body also trembled, but he didn't retreat. Instead, he respectfully bowed towards the eye in the sky. Bai Xiaochun struggled to raise his head, looking towards the eye in the sky. His aura was somewhat unstable. His body instinctively felt a sense of fear. He could sense that the heavenly venerate at this moment seemed even more powerful than he had been a few years ago, when he met him in the northern region. Although still not as terrifying as when he fought the Tomb Guardian in the savage wilderness, he wasn't much weaker. Obviously, after acquiring the demon face clone, his injuries had clearly recovered considerably. Greetings, Heavenly Venerate. Under the gaze of the Heavenly Venerate, Bai Xiaochun felt as if his entire being, inside and out, was being seen through. Fortunately, his body was surrounded by a protective world, and a clear, condensed world will envelop him, allowing him to withstand this onslaught. He endured the shock in his heart and bowed his head towards the sky. Bai Yi Kun. After Bai Xiaochun bowed his head, the Heavenly Venerate's eyes in the sky gradually lost their coldness, revealing a fervent intensity that Bai Xiaochun had never seen in the Heavenly Venerate before. Even the sounds emanating from the surrounding void seemed to carry a certain excitement and mysterious complexity. This complexity wasn't just clearly felt by Bai Xiaochun. Everyone around him could clearly sense it. This astonished Bai Xiaochun. At the same time, in the center of the Tongshan Sea, far from the giant ghost city, on Tongshan Island, in the Dao Palace's grand hall atop the highest mountain, a sound of breathing could be heard. Two eyes, like suns, instantly illuminated the entire Dao Palace. Following the appearance of these eyes, an aura that shook the world spread in all directions, causing Tongshan Island to tremble. Even the surrounding Tongshan Sea surged with turbulent waves and earth-shattering noises. He still appears. At this moment, again and again, he appears. Inside the Dao Palace, the Heavenly Venerate's hoarse, slow voice echoed. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged inside the Dao Palace. Before him was a blood-red flag. On the flag was sealed the fragmented soul of the demonic face, its expression a mixture of crying and laughing, looking extremely bizarre. It seems that my earlier perception of the fluctuations of the great perfection of the immortal scroll was correct. This Bai Xiaochun is indeed great perfection of the immortal scroll. He matured without needing to go through many transformations. Even when I myself hadn't decided, he matured on his own. Thinking about it, before he disappeared, he was hiding in the northern region. My great disciple is indeed not dead. However, that doesn't matter anymore. But I truly don't want to take this final step. After all, she is my only flesh and blood. The Heavenly Venerable's eyes became even more complex. In silence, he raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the Dao Palace, looking towards another mountain peak. Du Lingfei stood there, as if overwhelmed by grief and pain, as if her soul had died, leaving only her body. This war, in the end, whether it can truly open the door to the world, I'm not sure. After the old ghost guarding the tomb falls, will the door to the world open on its own, or will it forever close? I have no way of judging. This may be my last chance, and also the chance with the highest probability of success. A chance as easy as turning my hand. The Heavenly Venerable remained silent for a long time. Then his eyes turned blood red. His appearance slowly became ferocious. He gradually raised his head. In his blood red eyes, determination and madness were revealed. I want to get out, Even if I have to pay a higher price, I want to get out. With my talent, if I were outside, I would have long since broken through and become a true Great Ascension realm expert. Even becoming a primordial realm expert wouldn't be impossible. But my lifespan, devouring the lifespan elixir, is no longer effective. The Heavenly Venerable's expression became even more ferocious, even somewhat distorted. With a hurried breath, he seemed to have made up his mind, slowly standing up. Guardian of the tomb, this is all because you forced me. The Heavenly Venerable roared to the heavens. His cry made the entire world tremble. At the moment the waves of the Tongchen Sea surged violently, Du Lingfei's body trembled, and tears slowly streamed down her face. But if one looked carefully, one could see two runes flickering slowly deep within her eyes. Zikun, I'm sorry. Du Lingfei's face turned pale. In her whispers, more tears flowed. Gradually, her eyes became vacant. At the same time, amidst the roar of the Heavenly Venerate, his right hand suddenly rose, reaching towards the giant ghost city of the savage wilderness, and suddenly grabbed. The heavens and earth changed dramatically. A huge vortex exploded, appearing on Tongchen Island, and simultaneously in the sky above. The giant ghost city of the savage wilderness, the very eye of the Heavenly Venerate from before, in the midst of the explosion, transformed into a massive vortex. This vortex rumbled and spun. A hand suddenly reached out from within, reaching towards Bai Xiaochun, and grabbing. The hand of the Heavenly Venerable descended from the heavens, replacing heaven and earth, causing this world, in this instant, to seem. Only this vortex remained, only the giant hand within the vortex, capable of destroying the world. The scope of this hand grew larger and larger. Gradually, it seemed to want to surpass the vortex's boundaries, continuously descending within, causing the ground to tremble, seemingly unable to withstand the pressure, directly cracking into fissures. Even looking up, one could clearly see the fingerprints of this hand. As the hand grew larger, these fingerprints seemed to transform into mountain ranges and ravines, as if the world was collapsing, crashing down with a thunderous roar. In the process of descending, it stirred up endless waves of vibrations. These waves spread in all directions, causing the vortex in the high heavens, vast and boundless, to rumble and churn. All the monks, upon witnessing such a scene, were stunned, their hearts filled with overwhelming emotions. At this moment, it wasn't just everyone on the giant demon city battlefield who saw this unimaginable vortex. Even in the savage wilderness, in the strongholds of the three great heavenly kings, cultivators on both sides of the three other battlefields were paying attention to this enormous vortex appearing in the sky. This vortex was truly enormous. Although it didn't cover the entire sky of the savage wilderness, it covered almost 7/10 of it, causing countless people to be shaken after seeing it. What is that? My God, this hand, Heavenly Venerable, this must be a Heavenly Venerable. The transcendent cultivators in the war-torn savage wilderness region cried out in astonishment. The scene in the sky was strangely breathtaking, making them all feel involuntarily excited. A Heavenly Venerable has taken action. We will surely win this battle. Cheers continuously echoed across the savage wilderness. The faces of the savage wilderness soul cultivators were particularly pale. Despair gradually appeared in their eyes. The Nine Nether King, the Victorious King, and Susan's father, the Spirit Forest King, these three demigods, on their respective battlefields, were all shaken by this scene. Their opponents, the demigod ancestors from the three great origin sects, also seemed to be constantly changing expressions. That's the direction of Giant Ghost City. These six immediately guessed that the location of the giant hand in the sky was Giant Ghost City. What happened inside Giant Ghost City? This is not right. At this moment, almost everyone in the savage wilderness was shaken and their minds were captivated by the hand reaching out from the vortex in the sky. In the Kui Emperor City, the Grand Celestial Master's expression was grave, staring intently at the sky. The Kui Emperor of this generation also stood outside the Imperial Palace, his gaze unwavering. Intense hatred blazed in his eyes. At this moment, in the sky above Giant Ghost City, Bai Xiaochun's aura was somewhat stagnant. He looked at the vortex in the sky, at the giant hand reaching out from within, and a strong sense of unease suddenly arose in his mind. At this moment, the feeling of unease grew stronger and stronger. Finally, it almost transformed into a raging storm, surging within him. Heavenly Venerable wants to attack me. This thought suddenly exploded in Bai Xiaochun's mind. He didn't even have time to think about why the heavenly venerable would do this. His body instinctively recoiled. But this hand was too large. The hand descending was like a cataclysmic collapse, far surpassing the Starry Sky Ancestors' previous Starry Sky technique. After all, the Starry Sky Ancestors' Starry Sky technique was merely a Tao technique. Now, the Heavenly Venerable's hand contained the power of the world, suppressing everything as if the sky itself were collapsing. Almost instantly as Bai Xiaochun retreated, this hand, carrying the power of the world and the heavens, roared towards him. It seemed that as long as he was within this world, no matter where Bai Xiaochun fled, he couldn't escape the Heavenly Venerable's grasp. The giant ghost king's expression turned to fear. The Starry Sky Ancestors' heart trembled. Both of them had realized that the Heavenly Venerate's massive hand had suddenly appeared. Its target was Bai Xiaochun, Blood Ancestor. Almost simultaneously, they both recalled the scene of the Blood Ancestor being suppressed by the Heavenly Venerate years ago. Compared to the Starry Sky Ancestor's hesitation, the Giant Ghost King's expression changed drastically, and he suddenly roared at Bai Xiaochun, "Go to Kuwang City quickly. The Heavenly Venerate wants to kill you." Bai Xiaochun inwardly sighed. He thought to himself, he hadn't offended the Heavenly Venerate too much. He even had a romantic relationship with Du Lingfei. He merely wanted to prevent war. He was even planning to find the Tomb Guardian, hoping to persuade them to open the gate to the worlds so the Heavenly Venerate could leave. Although he had made an agreement with the Hanman Ancestor, Bai Xiaochun had previously stated that he had no enmity with the Heavenly Venerate. He wouldn't help the Hanman Ancestor deal with the Heavenly Venerate. He didn't want to engage in fighting and killing. He only wanted to find a mutually acceptable solution to resolve all grievances. He wants to kill me. Bai Xiaochun's body trembled. At the same time, he found himself feeling only bitterness, but no surprise. It seemed that, based on his past experiences, even he himself hadn't realized it, he had mentally prepared himself. Whether it was his relationship with the Tomb Guardian, his relationship with Bai Hao, or his knowledge of the Hanman Ancestor and the world of magical artifacts, all of it seemed to be reasons for the Heavenly Venerate to attack him. Amidst a loud explosion, the Heavenly Venerate's large hand drew closer, then suddenly struck down. Bai Xiaochun's body quickly retreated. But no matter how quickly he retreated, he still couldn't avoid the descending giant hand. Facing imminent danger, Bai Xiaochun's eyes suddenly turned crimson. The Cloud Thunder Ancestor transformation erupted completely. At the same time, his cultivation level fluctuated. Heavenly Venerate! Bai Xiaochun roared softly. He knew he couldn't avoid it. He could only retaliate. It was at this very moment, deep beneath the ground of Kuwang City, the treasure trove of the entire Kuwang dynasty, the last city below the three cities, a gloomy atmosphere prevailed. All around were the remains of the battle from years ago, when the Kuwang dynasty was driven out of the Tongshan region. They were piled up in a silent heap of ruins. At a crumbling tall tower, an old man sat cross-legged. He wore a dark robe, his graying hair revealing signs of decay. The wrinkles on his face betrayed an aura of death emanating from him. If it weren't for the fact that this person's eyes were currently open, and there was still a glimmer of life in those cloudy eyes, he would have been mistaken for a dried-up corpse that hadn't yet decayed. But there was such a glimmer of life in his eyes. This old man, at first glance, seemed as if he had just crawled out of a tomb, clinging to his last breath, but his life was nearing its end, and he wouldn't last much longer before returning to his original grave. He was the guardian of the tomb. He had lived too long. It seemed that since the very birth of this world, he had existed, experienced countless changes, witnessed the transformations of heaven and earth, seen the rise and fall of all living beings generation after generation. His heart was unbearably weary, especially during the initial epic battle in the savage wilderness with the Heavenly Venerable and the Demon Mother's fragmented soul. The heavens and earth nearly shattered, and the five elements metal, wood, water, fire, and earth descended like the five vital organs. This made it even harder for the already weakened Tomb Guardian to persevere. Afterward, he passed the throne to Bai Hao. It could be said that his life force was reduced to a mere breath. This breath could dissipate at any moment. His body had long been unable to move, and he could only sit cross-legged. Otherwise, when the Heavenly Venerable fought the Demon Mother on the ghost ship, he wouldn't have remained completely absent from beginning to end. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. But in this instant, in the moment the heavenly venerable's hand descended upon the savage wilderness, the nearly decaying tomb guardian's breath suddenly quickened. He slowly raised his head. For him, even this simple act of raising his head seemed incredibly difficult. In his dark, piercing eyes, a spirit gradually formed, becoming increasingly intense, like a piece of firewood undergoing its final burning. In his gasping breaths, his lips moved slightly, muttering words only he could hear. Slowly raising his right hand, he extended it directly. In that instant, the expression in his eyes was like a fleeting flash of light suddenly bursting forth. Outside the giant ghost city, as the tomb guardian extended his right hand and the heavenly venerate's hand descended, Bai Xiaoqun let out a low growl, struggling, wanting to retaliate. In an instant, the ground exploded. A muffled sound emanated from beneath the earth. A huge hand, seemingly made of mud, suddenly arose from the ground. The huge hand, suddenly rising from the ground into the air, suddenly expanded, appearing to be on par with the heavenly venerate's hand. At this moment, amidst the resounding explosion, as the ground continuously crumbled, the mud hand instantly shot out, rushing straight towards the heavenly venerate's hand. And in the blink of an eye, they collided. The thunder roared, shaking the entire savage wilderness, causing all cultivators to tremble. The two massive hands that rose up created ripples, turning into a raging storm. Below the demigod level, all cultivators were unable to act as they pleased, directly battered by this ferocious wind. Without the protection of the demigods and celestial beings, both sides would undoubtedly have suffered extremely heavy casualties. Old fool guarding the tomb, heavenly venerable. A roar filled with boundless anger and a sigh of extreme weariness simultaneously echoed throughout the 8 directions of the heavens and earth. As these two distinct voices reverberated, it was as if they had returned to a time long ago, when Bai Xiaoqun was still in the savage wilderness, and, along with the heavenly venerable and the tomb guardian, engaged in a fierce battle not far from giant ghost city. But now, upon meeting the heavenly venerate again, the situation was different. The heavenly venerate's injuries had clearly recovered considerably. The tomb guardian was on his last legs. From his weary sighs, one could hear a hint of weariness. But, even though the tomb guardian was weakened, he was still the tomb guardian. At this moment, his gigantic hand stretched out from the ground, condensing. The impact upon colliding with the heavenly venerate was enough to cause the sky to change dramatically. It made this piece of heaven and earth seem to have reached its limit. Only then could it form a self-protective world net. As the entire sky was covered by the world net, Bai Xiaoqun's expression changed slightly. He clearly saw that this world net, after countless years, showed signs of damage in many places. At the same time, this battle between the tomb guardian and the heavenly venerate shook the 8 directions, unleashing a shockwave that nearly swept away everyone. At this moment, only Bai Xiaoqun and the giant ghost king remained on the battlefield. The rest was the starry sky ancestor. Only these 3 could barely hold their ground on the battlefield between the heavenly venerate and the tomb guardian. Bai Xiaoqun's breathing quickened, his eyes flashing. He didn't choose to stay there, but instead used the aftershock to retreat. As he retreated, the heavenly venerate's hand suddenly appeared. Immediately afterward, the giant hand on the ground where the tomb guardian was located rose again to block. Thunder roared, echoing across the sky. These 2 massive hands radiated cultivation power that surpassed the demigod realm, reaching the great ascension realm, which is the heavenly venerate level. Even though the demon mother had said that year that the Tongchun Taoist was called a heavenly venerate, he was merely a quasi-heavenly venerate. Even so, he could still change the course of heaven and earth. In the deafening explosion, not only did Bai Xiaoqun retreat, but the 2 giant ghost kings and the starry sky ancestor also couldn't act on their own accord and withdrew. They had already seen that the tomb guardian was clearly on his last legs and couldn't hold out much longer. The starry sky ancestor hesitated, intending to stop Bai Xiaoqun from escaping. But noticing the giant ghost king's gloomy gaze, he sighed inwardly and decided not to move to avoid anyone taking advantage of the situation. Regarding the sudden appearance of the heavenly venerate, although he was truly surprised, after careful consideration, his heart turned cold. Tomb guardian, you've weakened to this extent. Instead of waiting to die in the underworld river, you dare to come out and stop me. The voice of the heavenly venerate, filled with madness, echoed everywhere. From within the swirling mass of his enormous hand, a sudden fluctuation occurred. On this hand, the golden waters of the Tongshan River appeared, causing the hand to emit a dazzling golden light, its boundless power surging forth, fiercely suppressing the hand of the tomb guardian on the ground. The sound once again reverberated throughout the area. Bai Xiaochun unleashed his highest speed, shooting away like an arrow. However, before Bai Xiaochun could fly too far, a loud explosion erupted behind him. Turning around, Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled. He saw the hand of the tomb guardian on the ground shattering into pieces, directly exploding into pieces, and after the heavenly venerate's enormous golden hand crushed the hand of the tomb guardian. On the ground, it surged forward, engulfing Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun, you can't escape. All of this is because the tomb guardian forced me. It wasn't my intention. If that's the case, you'd better obediently become my supreme heavenly medicine. The voice was like divine power descending upon the world. The giant golden hand of the heavenly venerate slammed down. Bai Xiaochun couldn't dodge. He suddenly raised his head, staring intently at the descending giant hand of the heavenly venerate. At this moment, he had no worries left in his mind. The only thought remaining was resistance, was to struggle. Divine slaughter. Bai Xiaochun's eyes turned crimson, and he directly unleashed his ultimate attack, the immortal blood. With the perfected immortal scroll, he had a way to control the divine slaughter, allowing him to barely maintain his composure. At this moment, as his blood surged through his entire body, Bai Xiaochun's speed suddenly exploded, rapidly surging forward. High in the sky, the voice of the heavenly venerate, cold as ice, resounded. The immortal scroll's secret technique. If you possess the longevity scroll, even I, the heavenly venerate, could not escape you. But now, lacking the longevity scroll, you cannot escape the fate I have prepared for you. As the words echoed, the golden light of the Tongshan sea water on the giant hand instantly became incredibly intense, pressing down on the blood-red aura surrounding Bai Xiaochun, disregarding the divine killing technique, and directly grabbing at him. Heavenly venerate. With a low roar, Bai Xiaochun's right hand suddenly rose. As the surroundings suddenly descended, with him at the center, the boundless area around him instantly filled with rising water vapor, transforming into a swampy region. A roar, as if from the ages, from ancient times, echoed. As Bai Xiaochun let out a low growl, the surroundings were suddenly pushed back. Each mountain range, rising directly from within the swamp, was the Water Marsh Kingdom. With Bai Xiaochun's current cultivation level of great perfection heavenly human, the Water Marsh Kingdom was far superior to its former state. As the mountains undulated, a massive, complete beast claw emerged, directly striking the giant golden hand in the sky. However, Bai Xiaochun's cultivation level was far inferior to that of a heavenly venerate. Although the Water Marsh Kingdom was powerful, it was still no match for a heavenly venerate. In an instant, the two collided. Amidst a deafening explosion and the heavenly venerate's cold snort, the beast claw extending from within the Water Marsh Kingdom shattered. Seemingly overwhelmed by extreme pain, a mournful roar erupted from within the swamp. The entire swamp trembled, as if the great beast hidden within had gone mad, desperately trying to break free. But the heavenly venerate's enormous golden hand was overwhelmingly powerful, surging down directly, fiercely grabbing towards Bai Xiaochun. Instantly, the area within 10,000 miles surrounding Bai Xiaochun was directly seized by that giant hand and suddenly squeezed hard. The void exploded. The void, which originally had no substance, now seemed to possess substance, forming an extremely intense compression. Amidst the creaking sounds, Bai Xiaochun struggled and looked around. He saw only the hand and 5 fingers, like a massive mountain, rushing towards him from all directions. Compared to this hand, his figure was incredibly small, like a tiny ant. From afar, if the entire world were considered a vast ocean, then at this moment, the heavenly venerate's hand was like reaching down to the surface of the ocean to catch an ant much smaller than a shrimp. There was no way to resist, no way to stop it. Bai Xiaochun's entire body trembled violently. Blood spurted from where it was pressed down. Cracking sounds echoed throughout his body, as if all his bones and joints were shattering. The surrounding area of the swamp, which had been tightly gripped by the giant golden hand, couldn't withstand this pressure and suddenly shattered. Seeing the world being replaced by this hand, although there were still gaps between the giant fingers, these gaps were rapidly disappearing as the hand closed. The compressive force from all directions threatened to shatter Bai Xiaochun's entire body at any moment. Despair welled up in Bai Xiaochun's mind. At this moment, within the giant hand of the heavenly venerate, within the void surrounding by Xiaochun, and in the constantly compressing void, suddenly, black river water appeared. It was the Nether River. This water appeared extremely abruptly. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying Nether River formed. The aura of the Nether Emperor emanated from within, engulfing Bai Xiaochun and driving him away from the tightly clenched hand. The newly appointed Nether Emperor. If you had tens of thousands of years, you might have been qualified. But today you dare appear before me, courting death? The terrifyingly majestic voice of the heavenly venerate suddenly echoed. With a loud bang, the golden waters of the heavenly sea erupted from the still unclenched giant hand. This powerful attack shattered the Nether River surrounding Bai Xiaochun, layer by layer. Bai Xiaochun, even hurt by has groans of severe injury. In an instant, all the Nether River water was dispersed by the heavenly sea water. All of this happened in a flash. Then, the heavenly venerate's gigantic hand ferociously gripped Bai Xiaochun and the surrounding void. After grasping, the fist tightened relentlessly, as if he wanted to completely crush everything within. However, inside the heavenly venerate's gigantic hand, facing a hand that resembled four massive mountains completely enveloping him, and facing the terrifying crushing force coming from all 8 directions, Bai Xiaochun went berserk. Although his injuries were severe, after the immortal scripture reached its peak, his recovery power was unimaginable. In an instant, his body recovered. With a low roar, he directly unleashed a Cloud Thunder human ancestor transformation. 11 transformations. As his body regenerated, countless fragments of rock transformed around him, instantly condensing to form a mountain-like figure. That was the human mountain technique. His physical strength erupted completely. At the same time, his cultivation was unleashed to its fullest extent. But all of this was utterly futile. The terrifying power emanating from the heavenly venerate's grasp almost instantly caused Bai Xiaochun's human ancestor transformation and human mountain technique to shatter with a thunderous roar. His severely damaged body rapidly recovered, but after recovering, it shattered again. This cycle repeated endlessly. In a short period, his body shattered and recovered over 100 times, yet still failed to accomplish anything. The immortal scroll, indeed extraordinary. Even a powerful being like the heavenly venerate, seeing Bai Xiaochun in his grasp, completely controlled, yet unable to truly crush him despite his cultivation far surpassing his opponents, and even though he was constantly recovering, showed signs of emotion. Fortunately, this isn't the first time I've encountered someone who has mastered the immortal scroll on Tongshan Island, the heavenly venerate murmured softly. Then, in that instant, a crystal-like light finally appeared in his eyes. As this light appeared, Dueling Face expression on Tongshan Island became numb, as if she had lost her soul, like a soulless corpse. Her body suddenly trembled. A crystal-like light also appeared in her eyes. Deep within her pupils, 2 strange runes flickered rapidly. It seemed as if some force within her body, channeled through the runes in her eyes, was being partially absorbed by the heavenly venerate in the netherworld. At the same time, outside the giant ghost city in the savage wilderness, the heavenly venerate's gigantic hand gripping Bai Xiaochun suddenly emitted a crystal-like light. Almost instantly, this terrifyingly huge hand transformed into a crystal hand, fiercely clenching. A loud bang. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun was inside the heavenly venerate's fist, his hair disheveled. He had even summoned the Northern Meridian World Treasure. But the Hanman ancestor was fast asleep, completely unresponsive. His eyes turned a deep red, and his body, which had always recovered, seemed to be suppressed and suddenly stopped. This glass-like technique was both complementary and antagonistic to his immortal scroll. Without the immortal blood to restore it, Bai Xiaochun's body simply couldn't withstand the immense power of the heavenly venerate. Almost instantly, his entire body shattered with a loud bang. And at this moment, as his body shattered, his consciousness could no longer hold on. He fell unconscious. Only then did the giant hand of the heavenly venerate slowly retract towards the vortex. From afar, this scene was witnessed by everyone around. Everyone's hearts were shaken beyond compare. Whether heavenly beings or demigods, they were all terrified to the extreme. Everyone in the reverse river sect trembled. Many clenched their fists. Song Jianwan's eyes welled up with tears. But she was helpless, only able to watch all of this unfold. Until the giant hand disappeared into the vortex, she spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. At the same time, The moment the heavenly venerate's hand vanished, his icy voice, devoid of emotion, echoed throughout the entire savage wilderness. All transcendent cultivators, I propose a total offensive to annihilate all life in the savage wilderness. The heavenly venerate's character was always one of aversion to passivity. He preferred to take the initiative. This was evident from the previous events on the ghost ship. This time was no different. His hopes rested on Bai Xiaochun. Although he felt he had an 80% chance of success, he was still uneasy. He prepared to strike with both hands. There's always a way, a path that can be followed. If all paths fail, if my lifespan is running out, then let this world be buried with me. The heavenly venerable's heart was calm. After withdrawing his hand, the vortex in the sky slowly dissipated. All the transcendent cultivators in the savage wilderness trembled. They had to obey the heavenly venerable's command. At the same time, not everyone was weary of war. There were still many who revered the heavenly venerable to the point of fanaticism. Upon hearing this, their killing intent surged. The war was about to begin again, and the morale of the soul cultivators throughout the savage wilderness had plummeted to its limit following the defeat of the Tomb Guardian. But before them, there was no other way. The transcendent continent does not accept prisoners. The heavenly venerable's will was that not a single blade of grass would remain in the savage wilderness. Everything would be annihilated, regardless of whether it's land or spiritual cultivation. Even the ferocious beasts of the savage wilderness are listed within. Therefore, only can fight to the death. The sounds of slashing, tragic laughter, growls, and self-destruction constantly echoed across the savage wilderness. More blood flowed. Deaths increased. It seemed as if the entire world was heading towards its end. The sky was gloomy, the land devastated. Following the capture of the giant demon city, 3 other cities were breached. Gradually, the savage wilderness battlefield advanced to the Imperial City. And at this moment, on the Tongshan Sea, within Tongshan Island, beneath the entire island's surface, existed an enormous underground palace. Inside the underground palace was a pool of black water. Surrounding this pool was a vast array. This array spanned tens of thousands of feet. What formed the array was not spirit stones, but bones. Some of these bones were yellow, others resembled glass. They reeked of decay. At the same time, they exuded a divine aura. Simultaneously, surrounding this swamp, 3 deep pits suddenly appeared. Within these 3 pits lay 3 complete skeletons. The color of the 3 skeletons was a blend of yellow and glass. Although not completely fused, the pressure emanating from them was enough to make even demigods tremble. Very close to a quasi-heavenly venerate like the Tongshan Taoist. It seemed that these 3, though inferior to the Tongshan Taoist, were still only half a step away from the true Great Ascension heavenly venerate realm. If the current generation of the Kui Emperor in the Kui Emperor City were to appear here, he would undoubtedly be able to instantly recognize the identities of these 3 skeletons through his bloodline connection. They were the remains of the 3 strongest Kui emperors from countless dynasties. Obviously, they were dug up from inside the burial palace by the heavenly venerate and placed here, becoming part of his peerless grand formation.